Så der er sådan en collusion, et samarbejde mellem fødevareselskaberne og de store medicin.
Hey! There we go.
Så usund og så syg som overhovedet muligt, uden de dør.
Yes, so money to the medical mafia and all that. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, anyway, let's get going. I just, there's so much wicked things in this world, all going for the, great so-called holy empire of, Rome. That's the whole thing it's about, we don't see it. We have no idea of it. Anyway, let's see if we can, maybe I can turn it around here so it gets a little bigger. We don't know anything in our days. The Protestants knew, and yet we don't know anything, 500 years, and this is what it has come to, that we do not know anything. But, we'll not, at least, hopefully we can blow on the coals to get some fire going again. Yeah, it's just looking back in real history of the Protestants. They knew. Anyway, here we have the Jesuit oath and all that. I'll skip that. In regards of, doing all these abominations, the Counter-Reformation. Maybe I should read it anyway. The Jesuit oath. This is some of the Jesuit oath. I furthermore promise and declare that I will, when opportunity presents, make and wage a relentless war, secretly or openly, against all heretics, Protestants, and liberals. So here we have, heretics are Protestants and liberals. As I am directed to do, to extirpate and exterminate them from the face of the whole earth, and that I will spare neither age, sex, or condition, and that I will hang, waste, boil, flay, strangle, and bury alive these infamous heretics, rip up the stomachs and wombs of their women, and cross their infants' head against the walls, in order to annihilate forever the execrable race, that when the same cannot be done openly, maybe in regard to openly, like maybe wars, maybe might be a great way to do inquisition, anyway. Cannot be done openly, I will secretly use the poisoned cup, the strangulating cord, the steel of the poniard, or the leaden bullet, regardless of the honor, rank, dignity, or authority of the person or persons, whatever may be their condition in life, either public or private, as I at any time may be directed to do by any agent of the great Pope or superior of the brotherhood of the so-called holy faith of the Society of Jesus, or just, more true, Satan's soldiers, Satan's most, anyway, I guess we'll get to some quotes in regards to this. Let's see. Freemasons are owned by the Jesuits with similar vows of obedience to the infallible Pope. The so-called infallible Pope. Oh, yeah. That's just incredible. Let's see what it says. I, the Masonic prospect, do hereby swear, swearing is actually no-go, that I will always conceal and never reveal any of the secrets of Freemasonry to any person, I do want to, they took some things out apparently, in regards to the ... I guess. If I do, I consent to having my throat cut from ear to ear, my tongue torn by the roots, my body buried in the sands of the sea at low water mark. First degree initiation, Masonic oath. And it says Jesus would never say that. No, Jesus would never say that. And actually he said that, hey, don't take any oath, okay? Don't swear any oath, just, yep, but what does oh, yeah, but Freemasonry is Christianity. Oh, really? I think you're either deceived, deluded, or just totally ignorant. Or lying. Yeah, lying, or deceiving, Okay, let's see here. Quotes on the Jesuits. Let's see. Maybe we should click it. There we go. My history of the Jesuits is not eloquently written, but it is supported by unquestionable authorities and is very particular and very horrible. But if you ask the Roman Catholics, this just anti-Catholic rhetoric. It's just enough, you need to read some real history written by it's just incredible, Go to the Protestants, they knew. There's not that many there's not that many left in our days, but we'll see if we can get some burning in regards to the coals that are left. Anyway, the Jesuits order restoration in 1814 by Pope Pius Pius, that's a good, it probably, you have to, these people, Anyway, Pope Pius VII is indeed a step towards darkness, cruelty, despotism, and death. ... I do not like the appearance of the Jesuits. If ever there was a body of men who merited eternal damnation on earth and in hell, well, again, the hell, I wouldn't use the word hell because that's another topic. You get into issues in regards to doctrines when you use the word hell. But anyway, it is this Society of Ignatius de Loyola, John Adams, 1735 to 1823. Second President of the United States, apparently. Yeah, I guess he was just a liar as well. And they probably didn't know any history, right? These Roman Catholics, these papists, these Romanists, liars full of lies in the, what shall we say, in the, what's it called, where you pull it out. Anyway, that's full of lies and deceptions. And, how anyone can really, go by this system, I don't know. But, when people become Christians, they will either take one side or the other, It's incredible. I guess it's dividing, the sheep from the goat or something like that. I don't know. It's, if, for example, you could Keith Green, for example, one of his friends, I think it was one of Keith Green's friends, and he became a Roman Catholic. And he this former friend writes in regards of Keith Green that he was, his reaction. And I absolutely would understand Keith Green's reaction because Keith Green was a brother in Christ. I would, if I had my best friend or someone, turn to Roman Catholicism, that would be so sad. But again, it divides. And that's, the same thing in regards to family and all that. When you become a Christian, it divides. Anyway, the Jesuits, are a secret society. And, what is called the dash, or not the dash, line, or I think it's called something else. A sort of Masonic order. A sort of Masonic order. with super added features of revolting odiousness and 1,000 times more dangerous. Samuel Morse, 1791 to 1872, American inventor of the telegraph, author of the book Foreign Conspiracy Against the Liberties of the United States. I do wonder in regards of this inventor, maybe he got some of the messages from the Jesuits or something like that. Might be some interest to look into that as well. Yeah. So that's great. I'm so sad too. Yeah, it was 2011, yeah. Anyway, I made a video like 2011 on regards of a lot of truth and all that. And yet, at that point, I was also in beginning, into, Satan's candy shop and all that. So, and actually all, pretty much, much of the information I provided was actually pretty good. But I later deleted the video, years down the line when I became a Christian, because the last part of the video was, had demonic doctrines in some sense. Some issues there at least. I wish I didn't delete it. I was pretty angry at all these abominations that was happening in the world in regards to the wars and medical mafia and whatever, but anyway, that was 2011, Anyway, I have learned most of all from the Jesuit order. So far, there has been nothing more imposing on earth than the hierarchical organization of the Catholic Church. A good part of that organization, there's actually one guy that seems to be on the same track as well that, I was on in 2011, and, I wish I knew about him before, in regards to the last election, I don't know, in regards to politics and all that. It's just all corrupt, everything anyway. And we have all these controlled oppositions and all that, but yeah, you can always hope that there is a person out there that's actually, trying to be honest and not just, going by the, but anyway, because it's the people, need to change. It's the people that needs to if you can give them the truth, and they can then, instead of just, going along with the world, and, change. Anyway, I wrote to the, the church ministry in Denmark and the church prime minister today, and in Denmark. I don't know if people have a way of just laughing about these, every single Protestant knew about these things. They, the Protestants don't know who they protested. It's like, today it's like Protestant, oh, I'm a Protestant. Oh, yeah, but that's not anything in regards to the word. That's, it's like just a label, an empty label, an empty cup. Oh, I'm a Protestant. Okay, so who are you protesting? It's like, I don't know. Should I be protesting anyone? Oh, yeah, that's why you're called a Protestant, right? So how can you be a Protestant if you, don't know that you're actually in protest? It's just insane. Why does people not know who the Protestants protesters? It's just, as far as I know, millions and millions of people. It's like a huge amount of Europe finding out who the biblical, historical, prophetic Antichrist was. That's just incredible, Anyway, so I've learned most of all from the Jesuit order so far. There has been nothing more imposing on earth than the hierarchical organization of the Catholic Church. A good part of that organization I've transported direct to my own party. The Catholic Church must be held up as an example. I will tell you a secret. I'm founding an order. in Himmler, who would become head of the Nazi party, I see our Ignatius de Loyola, Jesuit founder. Yeah, Loyola is just all these spiritual things in regards of Loyola. And the quote is said to be Adolf Hitler. Anyone know that guy? Anyone know what, in regards of Adolf Hitler actually was a Roman Catholic, and that his parents were Roman Catholics, and that huge, a huge amount of those leading Nazis were Roman Catholics. Oh. But we're not allowed to hear about that, right? We're not allowed to hear about, what. But anyway, we have a school in Denmark, in Copenhagen, in regards of teaching principles of Loyola. Yeah, okay. Of course, man, maybe I should just take my iron horse and ride into that place and look around. Maybe, I don't know. Of course, one should be careful in regards of the nest of Satan, right? Or, anyway, whatever. Oh yeah, by the way, in regards to the Freemasons, apparently we have 13 degrees according to what is visible in Denmark. And the last degree is in regards to the Red Cross. Now again, what is the Red Cross? I think it goes back to maybe the Knights of Malta or something like that. And you see this Red Cross in the Freemason lodges. And then I just read on Wikipedia that in regards to the 13th degree, there's in regards to being a Knight of the Red Cross. And I'm like, okay, what is Red Cross? Could that be? Well, maybe the Red Cross that is behind the throne. I think it was a Red Cross in regards to the Knights of Malta or something like that. Anyway, whatever the case, something to look more deeper into. I guess it will also be very easy to actually see who is actually working for Satan and not. If I push forward in regards of information that Satan don't want to have, I can pretty much see who discounts me and who actually, is, yeah. Anyway, that's next one here. The Jesuits are a military organization, not a religious order. The chief is the general of an army, and that chief is in regards to the shadow of the Pope. In regards of the general of the the Pope, the Black Pope. Anyway, so we have the White Pope and we have his shadow, the Black Pope, and they both stink, awful, absolutely stinking, all over the world. Anyway, that chief is a general of an army, not the mere father abbot of a monastery. And the aim of this organization is power. Power in its most despotic exercise. Absolute power. Universal power. Power to control the world by the volition of a single man. Jesuitism is the most absolute of despotisms. And at the same time, the greatest and most enormous of abuses. Napoleon I, as to say Napoleon Bonaparte, 1769 to 1821, Emperor of France. I think it was France that, that was in regards of these Protestants. That was like 10% of Protestants in France, and they, I think they got killed and, they had to flee. Or I can't remember the detail. Anyway, so let's see. It is my opinion that if the liberties of this country, the United States of America, are destroyed, it will be by the subtlety of the Roman Catholic Jesuit priest, It will be by the subtlety, in regards to being subtle, right? Not really seen as such, something that is, subtle. Let's see if we get some, I a subtle difference in meaning, opinion. You know, you can see, for example, when you read people, for example, that attacks Alberto Rivera, you can find subtle differences, for example, in regards to some of his attackers that says, oh, Alberto was false, he wasn't true, and this and that. And then you can see the subtleties that is put into the text as well. And, you know, in regards of discernment, you know, you get better to discern these things, you know. The more that you grow, the more discernment is you seem to be able to get to snatch, you know, to, what is it called, to you know, have the red lamp going, you know, a red flag, you know, it's like, oh, we have a problem here, Houston. Anyway, so it might be subtle, and yet a subtle change of trying to, for example, you know, this is, and actually, by the way, I've got actually a letter from Eric Phelps. I wrote to Tom Friess as well. Apparently, he's not reading books on this place at the moment. And that's very sad because, you know, I do hate the ads on this, but I think Tom Friess got some money for talking in regards of different, you know, reading Protestant books, like real Protestant books, and getting some real truth out there. But apparently, you know, they have come into some differences in regards of, and now he's not on the radio apparently. Well, of course, I think it was a month ago or something like that. So I'm not sure if they have sorted it out. But anyway, I wrote to them yesterday to try to, you know, see if he, you know, because it's really good. You know, of course, everybody have their faults and all that, but you know, he has some goodies as well in regards of Protestant history, and it's, you know, he has some understanding that we have totally lost in our days. And and he's an older guy, you know, but you know, and he seems to have some experience, and he's, you know, he's kind of angry of, you know, not being, you know, he had been deceived for so many years. Like, talks about being deceived for 50 years. So this is an older guy, and, you know, that has, you know, just, so anyway, they got into a, you know, yeah, anyway. So I wrote to Eric Phelps, and surprisingly, he actually answered me. So that was interesting. I should at some point probably get his book, but of course he has issues as well. But again, we all have to, of course, one have to remember that you know, Jesuits out there working in regards of controlled opposition and all that. But yeah, anyway. So you try and eat the meat and spit out the bones. But like, for example, a subtle thing in regards to this document, this is one of those attacking Alberto Rivera as a fake. And he says, we do not believe it is profitable to try and convince those in darkness that the Pope is the Antichrist. What? You do not believe it is profitable? Oh yeah, well, let's just you know, I think in regards of Alberto Rivera, as far as I understand, he has turned a lot of Catholics around from, you know, by telling them you know, what is wrong with the system. But anyway, we do not believe it is profitable to try and convince those in darkness that the Pope is the Antichrist and that the Jesuits are her most evil workers. So you see, there's a lot of truth in this. In regards of mixed into it, but there's also the you know, subtle thing of saying, oh, it's not really profitable, you know, this and that, you know, but it's true that the Pope is the Antichrist and the Jesuits are her most evil workers. You see, so he's telling truth, but he's then, oh, it's not profitable to tell the Roman, you know, what do you think the Protestants did? What do you think the Protestants did? They were former Roman Catholics. Yeah, do you think they told other Roman Catholics about what they have found out? Yep, I think so. Anyway, and, you know, at that point, the system, it has just fallen so, it had just gone totally into Yeah, there's so much wicked doctrines. And now people are turning back to this system. Yeah, you have to be kidding me. He goes further here. This only enrages those in darkness and brings persecution on the believers. Oh, you think that Satan wouldn't react, doing damage to his kingdom? Of course you would expect to have some persecution and this and that, And of course it would enrage those in darkness because you're doing damage to his worldly kingdom of lies and deceptions because you're coming with some light. Anyway, and trying to help the people out of it. I think that's pretty loving. So he goes further. We believe the lost need to hear the gospel, the good news, and be called out of the great harlot. So again, some truth in regards to the great harlot of Rome. But the focus to the lost is not primarily Romanism, but Christ. As one that worked with Alberto Rivera for a number of years, I learned firsthand that many will unite together against the Pope, the Jesuits, and her false doctrines, but many themselves love not the doctrine of Christ. Wait. One of the things that people unite, and actually we have very few that actually does this. So when he says, a lot of people will unite against the Antichrist, that's, that seems to be a subtle, change of the facts. Because look at the world. How many are actually protesting? How many do you actually see protesting the Antichrist? And, the thing is, why is it that you get together and protest? It's because you see the issues and the false dogma and doctrines of the Catholic Church and the head, the Pope, the Antichrist, 666. So in regards to, yeah. So automatically you should become a Protestant, by reading the Bible for yourself, It should come out to, when you grow and you find truth, and you then see the Roman Catholic Church with all the lies and deceptions, and you experience more, you study, you find out things and all that. Well, you end up, you end up hating all these false doctrines and all these deceptions and all these lies, which she does, and trying to deceive the world. It's the greatest deception of Satan that is out there. I think it's the most dangerous deception. Anyway, nor do they seek after righteousness. It is shocking. It is shocking how many of those united against Romanism and fight a fleshly battle against Romanism hold heretical doctrines. So the Roman Catholic Church don't hold heretical doctrines. It's like taking the focus of, of course, Protestants have issues as well. They're trying. It's not like one day from another that you know everything that is in the Bible. You read and study. Anyway, and hold heretical doctrines and are not of one doctrine. No, the Protestants have, there's different Protestant groups there, but it's still the Protestant religion. We are to join in fellowship with those of the one true faith as found in Jesus Christ, and in following Christ, his people will not fellowship with workers of darkness, because I took my eyes off Christ and focused too much on exposing the Pope. I was deceived for a number of years before realizing that Alberto Rivera was a false professing Christian and that his testimony of being a former Jesuit is a fraud. Really? I have documentation that is available to those that request it from our catalog. It is a terrible thing that many immediately call those that expose Alberto as a fraud as agents of Rome. Well, maybe this is damage control in regards of Alberto. Anyway, and you see different, where they argument against Alberto on this and that, and they have different views. These attackers. Some are just Catholics, haven't read really anything, just like, oh yeah, but he was a fraud and this and that, and like, yeah, but have you actually looked at what he talked about? It's all false. Apparently, it's like, no, it's not all false. You can verify a huge amount of the things, and me that didn't know anything about Roman Catholicism and reading a lot of his material, well, I actually read all the cartoons that I got, and I've read those on the, those that I didn't get on the internet as well. And a lot of the things was just flying over my head because at that point I didn't know much in regards to, but I verified a lot of the things that he said. Now, that's not to say that he was totally perfect in this and that, but the question is, was he honestly trying to tell the truth, or was he, Anyway, and some of these things where people will say, oh, conspiracies and all that, well, the problem is, if you can actually see that and verify some of what you would maybe call a conspiracy, and actually find out that there's actually support for it, and that actually seems to actually go that direction, uh-oh, we have a problem, right? Because how would he know about that if it's something that most people don't know anything about, and, just people proclaims it to be conspiracy, but then actually can be verified? Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? Like in regards of Nazism? Anyway, I think that's probably the easiest to of these conspiracy theories, because it's so close, and we all have all these Roman symbols and Nazism as well. Have you ever looked at the Nazi flag? So what is on the Nazi flag? The Eucharist. The Eucharist of the Catholics on the flag. The round cookie. And what's in the, what's in the cookie? A symbol. What is that symbol? It's the symbol of the sun in regards to the solar, sun and all that. So if you actually know a little about Roman Catholicism and sun worship, like Constantine, he was the high priest of sun worship, Pontifex Maximus. Who is the Pontifex Maximus in our days? Oh, that's the Roman Emperor. Oh, the guy that they call the Pope. Or the Pope, sorry. They call him the Pope, Blasphemily calling him the Pope. Anyway, the Pope, the great smelling Pope in Rome. Anyway, let's see here. Okay. Yeah, of course, a lot of people that goes against this insane asylum, ends up getting killed, Anyway, but of course, there's not that many actually speaking up against this system anymore, because no one is like, it's like people are just making fun of it. Either they are singing love songs to Antichrist, and Rome and all that, or they think you're silly and, outrageous, they don't know anything in regards of history anymore. And Alberto was, was talking about, actually his ministry was called Catholic, AIC was like Catholic Information, Catholic, no, AIC, and, no, oh, I can't remember, Anti-Catholic, any information, no, information, I can't remember, AIC, didn't I write it down maybe in these papers, but I think it was a great name for a ministry in regards of information on the Catholic institution. Catholic Church propaganda misinformation. Yeah, there's some things in regards of that as well, where he has some problems. But anyway, you see all these subtleties and all that, and you just have to wonder. So this guy worked for, Alberto, but if Alberto is coming, wouldn't you expect, that there would be some agents of Rome being sent to him, so they might get some credibility of having worked with Alberto, and then later on trying to discredit him, Anyway, oh yeah, let's go back to the. So that was actually the reason why I wrote to Eric Phelps, and that's great. And trying to figure out how it all goes together and all that. And now we, that's actually. Do I have the? Always have use of power. Oh, did I close down? Oops. Hello. Oh, there we go. I got a little black. Uh-oh. Oh. Let's get back to the home page. It is my opinion that if the liberties of this country, the United States of America are destroyed, it will be by the subtlety of the Roman Catholic Jesuit priest. By the way, how many don't know about the Jesuits in our day? How many actually knows about, anything about the Jesuits? We don't know much, do we? That is, the greatest enemy against Protestantism in regards to Christian truth. And yet, people don't know anything. Anyway, for they are the most crafty, dangerous enemy. And I was like, I remember, that's the problem in regards of you have Jesuits out there. You have Roman Catholics working on, as controlled opposition. And they might speak against their own system very viciously and so forward to get the credibility from us, and all that. And that's the thing, And then there's the people out there seeking truth honestly, but might making mistakes. So it's hard to discern, because you have the people out there, that is, might actually be putting falsehood on purpose, yet also putting truth. And then you might have the people that is just trying their best to their ability and make mistakes, So to discern which is which is not that easy. Of course, when you get more acquainted with the Bible and some of the doctrines and in regards of what the, But again, people might just themselves just be deceived by something, So it's anyway. So let's see here. For they are the most crafty, dangerous enemies to civil and religious liberty. They have instigated most of the wars of Europe. Marcius de la Feta, 1757 to 1834, French statesman and general. He served in the American Continental Army under the command of General George Washington during the American Revolutionary War. I wonder why I've... oh well. Anyway. Would be a nice, time to actually go to bed, by the way, but yeah. Alas, I knew they, the Jesuits, would poison me, but I did not expect to die in so slow and cruel manner. 1774, Pope Clement the 14th, who had forever abolished the Jesuit order in 1773, Apparently, Popish, what is it called? The doctrine of infallibility was apparently not that good at that point, because they were, put in place again. So I guess at least this, this guy in this, in this office, at least, try to abolish them. Didn't really work. Of course, the question is, how would he have the authority to abolish them? Well, because he is the, but it got him killed anyway. If you're not going to follow the pipe of Satan, going to be taken out. the war, as to say the American Civil War of 1861 to 1865, would never have been possible without the sinister influence of the Jesuits. Abraham Lincoln, 1809 to 1865, 16th President of the United States. Now, oh, by the way, that's also interesting. People are talking about, in regards to, for example, Eric Phelps. Let's say that, some guy said, well, let's say that only 10% of what he writes would be true. That's still enough to actually, have problems in regards to this, So, I haven't read his book and all that, but it's a huge book. You can get you can really get a gigantic book. I think it's over 1,500 pages of the Jesuits from their conception and forward. And there's other history books and all that, but that we have totally forgotten. And again, we don't know, But again, the Bible is, if we don't know the Bible, how are we going to defend, or how are we going to, stand for truth? Because if we don't read the Bible, we don't know what is true and what is false. And be careful of Paul, as I always used to warn about Paul, so he doesn't drag you into total lawlessness. Stick to Jesus, at least the words of Jesus should be, if there's any conflict in regards of the words of Jesus and the words of Paul, of course, you would go with Jesus, right? Apparently, a lot of people don't do that. A lot of people say, oh, but Paul says, and then they go after Paul. Well, what about what Jesus said? Apparently, that doesn't, it's just incredible. Anyway, so they put more effort and weight on Paul than God, who is Jesus. Jesus is God, right? So anyway, launched by Ignatius Loyola in the 16th century to wage war against the Reformation, the Society of Jesus rapidly spread to every corner of the world. Yeah, we have them in Denmark as well, And actually, I think there's 2 websites I was wondering in regards to the one website in regards to the Jesuits. I found out there was another website on the Jesuits. So there's 2 Danish websites, I think, and then of course there's in regards to their school and all that. The Jesuits insinuated themselves into the affairs of government and churches, eventually earning expulsion from almost every nation in this world, including the Vatican itself. Comprehensive list of quotes from various authors and speakers. And by the way, there's another Thomas something that also talks about this in regards of being kicked out of, it's like 88 nations or something like that. But then, people talks about the Jews, right? The Jews. Well, of course, the Vatican had to have a scapegoat. Why? Well, because they knew what had happened in regards of the Reformation. Oh, well. The public is practically unaware of the overwhelming responsibility carried by the Vatican and its Jesuits in the starting of the 2 world wars, a situation which may be explained in part by the gigantic finances of the disposition of the Vatican and its Jesuits, giving them power in so many spheres, especially since the last conflict. Edmund Paris, author of the book The Secret History of the Jesuits. I think I actually have heard about, in regards to, I think Jörg read it aloud. The Roman Inquisition had been administered since 1542 by the Jesuits. F. Topper Saucy, author of the book Rulers of Evil. So actually, do we also have some quotes from Eric Phelps as well? Okay. Anyway, I've heard in regards of Topper Saucy, but I heard one of the radio programs that Greg Szymanski did in regards to Toby Saucy, and that was not good, I think. That was in regards to the mark of Cain and all. I think that was, yeah, it didn't really sound good to me, So anyway, there might be other things that is good in his book. Again, that's huge amount of things to read and all that, and we all have issues here and there and all that. But of course, as long as we're trying the best that we can do, to get through all this slime that is, holding us, yeah. Anyway, let's see. It is impossible to read Elizabeth history, as to say the history surrounding Queen Elizabeth I of England, Queen 15 to 58, 1603, except in the context of an army of Jesuits, masters of deceit, treachery, treason, infiltration, subversion, assassination, insurrection, civil war, and coercion, plotting for the good of the papacy and the defeat of all the Pope's foes anywhere in the world. Wow, that's a quote. That's an amazing quote. I think actually I have to put that on my Facebook. See here. Yeah, I've gone totally anti-Catholic, Isn't it funny that all the Protestants, the Christians, gone, went anti-Catholic as well, Maybe because they read their Bibles, and when they read their Bibles, they found out, we have a problem. The guy that says that he is the head of Christianity is he's actually the biblical, historical, prophetic Antichrist. Oh, we have a problem. Maybe we should just, stop following after that guy. Yeah, I think that would be a good idea. What's it called, an awesome idea. I'm missing the words here. This is incredible. It is impossible to read Elizabethan history, as to say the history surrounding Queen Elizabeth I of England, Queen 1558 to 1603, except in the context of an army of Jesuits, master of deceit, treachery, treason, infiltration, subversion, assassinations, insurrection, civil war, and coercion, plotting for the good of the papacy and the defeat of all the Pope's foes anywhere in the world. Canadian historian, anyway, 1987. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Anyway. Oh yeah, but it's all, what is it called? The conspiracy. Well, yeah, it actually is a great conspiracy. It's actually the greatest conspiracy on this earth that conspires against God. Anyway, so, yep, there we go. And the Roman Catholics will just say, oh, these are liars, and they didn't know anything, and blah, blah, blah. You need to read, blah, blah. Anyway, between 1555 and 1931, the Society of Jesus, as to say the Jesuit order, or maybe more true to say the soldiers of Satan himself, was expelled from at least 83 countries. And I actually think it was 88 actually, but we had Thomas someone saying that, and he was, I'm not sure if he was continual or Jesuit. Thomas something, I can't remember where I have his, I still have a lot of pieces to collect in regards to these things, Anyway, city-states and cities for engaging in political intrigue and subversion plots against the welfare of the state, according to the records of the Jesuit priest of repute, Thomas J. Campbell. Okay, so it was, that's the guy, Thomas J. Campbell. And I think he had some history in regards to the Jesuits. I'm not sure if he was himself a Jesuit but he has some books on the Jesuit history from the beginning to, practical, maybe in regards of, I don't know, anyway. Practically every instance of expulsion was for political intrigue, political infiltration, political subversion, and inciting to political insurrection. 1987, and let's take that as well and put on my Facebook wall. It's not that many seeing it, but it's like a diary, I guess. Actually, a lot of these advertising and all that are on Facebook. I should actually get away from Facebook, but at some point they will probably put me in the jail again, and for saying hate speech or whatever. Well, not allowing free speech. The German General Reinhard Gehlen-Org, the German intelligence agency run by Knights of Malta, and also I have a quote, I was like from yesterday in regards to the CIA, a guy from the CIA that says that we have always, admired in a sort of way, in regards to the Jesuits, because, the intelligence has always been in regards of better than ours, something like that. Anyway, the German, I actually have it on my, of course, I have it on my page. Let's see if I can find it so I can, and I also put the link for it so people could go and see the guy saying it, Yeah, but no one seems to want to hear about anything because it's just all conspiracy theories. Well, it's, it is, conspiracy against God, They are conspiring against God. No. No. World War II was pretty, no. Now we have in regards of United Nations, in regards of Lucifer Trust, which is now called Lucy Trust, Europe controlled by Jesuits, and NATO, I wonder, in regards to NATO, that's something in regards of you're not allowed to speak against NATO or something like that, or some laws or something like that, whatever. I don't know what that's about. I haven't really dig more into in regards of NATO, and it's huge subjects in some sense, but anyway, here we have Greg Szymanski and Eric John Phelps talking about the Jesuits and how they, and it's just, it's like, how couldn't we know anything about these things anymore? These are the greatest enemies in regards of of truth. Where could it be in regards of this? No. Here we go. American intelligence officer, CIA officer E. Howard Hunt states, "We have always said, in an admiring way, that the Jesuits form the greatest intelligence agency in the world and always have." Oh, really? And the video is apparently broken, but anyway, it was, it worked when I posted it. So I wonder why that, does the link change or something like that? And why would anyone have the link change? That's stupid, Yeah. Anyway, let's see. Yep. So the General Reinhard Gehlen Org, the German intelligence agency run by Knights of Malta, Reinhard Gehlen, was even more powerful than Merc-Net. The org superseded even the Nazi SS. The org superseded the Nazi SS. In fact, Gehlen's organization is largely credited for giving rise to the CIA. Well, some that's in regards of Central Intelligence Service, or maybe just Catholics in Action, Anyway, to shield Gehlen and the entire German intelligence network from harm's way, Gehlen was a ranking official in the Sovereign Military Order of Malta, SMOM, which maintained inconceivable financial support and political influence, ... Somehow I wasn't surprised to learn the financial motives, ... were the heart of the SMOM and the Nazi-American alliance, ... Soon after the war, OSS, as to say, Office of Strategic Services, the forerunner to the CIA, found the extensive documentation of a meeting. Funny if it's actually like OSS, whatever. Found the extensive documentation of meeting between representatives of the Nazi SS. And the SS has one meaning, and there might actually be another meaning in regards of Latin in it, but I can't remember what it was. But anyway, and firms like IG Farben, a lot of these things make some sense just going over my head. But anyway, the world's masses knew nothing about the partnership formed between John D. Rockefeller's Standard Oil Company, Germany's IG Farben, and Hitler's Third Reich. The pirates of Wall Street, Alan and John Foster Dulles of the law firm Sullivan and Cromwell, had secretly negotiated the alliance. It was not known to Allied airmen flying bombing missions over Germany. While the E.G. Farben plants where Hitler's ammunition were made were exempted from attack. Where Hitler's ammunition were made were exempted from attack. Likewise, when IG Farben Rockefeller Consortium used concentration camp victims as slaves to build and run their factories, it never made the news. Nor was it heralded that the same team patented and sold the gas that the Nazi used in the concentration camps to send millions to their graves. Recent headlines have asked to know where the Nazi gold went. Historians only recently recorded that the Rockefellers Chase Bank, manned by a High Knight of Malta, Joseph J. Larkin, was among the largest recipients. Dr. Leonard Horowitz, author of the book Emergent Viruses, AIDS and Ebola. Anyway. Wherever a totalitarian movement erupts, whether communist or Nazi, which in regards to fascism, and fascism is the way of the Roman Catholic Church, a Jesuit can be found in the role of advisor or... Oh my. I'm thinking. Yeah, okay, that might be, yeah. Oh yeah, I'll have to check that in regards of we have all these spin doctors in Denmark. Just the word itself, spin doctor. Why would you ever have a spin doctor as a politician? If you're a politician and you sit in government, why would you need a spin doctor? Huh? And if you sit, I don't, if you're a politician, you shouldn't have any right for privacy. If you sit on that position and get the great salary and blah blah blah, and actually in regards to salary, that doesn't really matter. It's a position of honor. You are at that point where you're trying to do the best for the people of Denmark, right? Or at least that should be the the point of being there. To try to do right. And if you're a politician, I don't think you should, the people shouldn't, should be able to see your turd, and smell if there's anything, see and smell if there's any sickness in it, so they know what sickness might be found in your bowels in regards of working for, secret organizations, and maybe you are Roman papist or say a satanic Freemason or whatever secrecy you are withholding that you actually don't tell the people. If you are a politician, if you are a part of a secret organization, I don't think you should even, I think you should be kicked out at the, very instant. Why would you be a Freemasonry and part of government that, it's just or a Roman papist, Why do you think there were laws against Roman papists in regards of governments? Yes, because they knew what would happen if they let Satan get a foothold in the door in regards of papism. And yet, the US, fell. Anyway, but of course that can be changed, Just change the laws of the, of the Danish nation and base the laws on the Bible and not these insanities of, you really think that God is, do you think when you stand before God that, that you can say to him, well, I proclaim the freedom to choose my own faith and belief. Well, if you pick another than Jesus Christ, well, that's only the lake of fire. That burns with what's it called, sulfur and fire, something like that. Anyway, that's the second death. There's no free, in regards to freedom of religion, in regards to this judgment. There's one way to be saved, and all the rest that is provided by Satan is leading you to eternal death. So a society, of course, should be based on the Bible, because the Bible is good. The law of Jehovah is good. Anyway, it's not bad, it's not evil, it's not cast on the cross. Jesus came to take upon himself the sins upon himself, not the law. The sins are the transgression of that very law. Oh yeah, so anyway. And that's the thing that Denmark, they had a lot of issues still in regards of, but mostly there was a lot of laws based on the Bible and the 10 Commandments and all, but they had their issues and all that. But we in our days can do so much to get back to these things, The whole idea of the school system is to learn the Bible, okay? If you don't learn the Bible when you go to school, there's no point of going to school, pretty much, If you just, that's the most important thing to learn in school, to be instructed. Oh, actually, better to actually be educated at home. In our days, even if you do a poor job in teaching your children and in this and that, I think it would actually be a lot better than sending them to school, In our days, it's very sad. wherever a totalitarian, give them some real Protestant history. Tell them the truth. Tell them what is in the Bible and all that. And, instead of all these vanities and empty air and just making, good satanic citizens out of people, throwing the children into Satan's candy store and not guiding them in the way of, it's just, yeah. Anyway, let's see here. Wherever a totalitarian movement erupts, whether communist or Nazi, fascist, a Jesuit can be found in the role of advisor or leader. In Cuba, it was Jesuit-trained Castro father Armando Lorente, Emmanuel M. Joseph's son, American physician and historian. Of course, some Catholics will all, point out that that communism actually is against and blah, blah, like the Freemasons. But anyway, it's all leads back to Rome, all of it, just Satan has many ways of deceiving the world, and would be interesting. I think our nowadays Prime Minister, as I understand it, she got a guy, I heard, that is, a Freemason, as I heard it. So, interesting, right? So the Prime Minister of Denmark might actually have, after she was elected, have a helping hand in regards of a Freemason. There was something in regards of that he actually seemed to have. I have to look more into that and all that. But of course, they're probably just, if not, when people are hiding things and, it just gets very suspicious when you just can't ask people about this and that, and they just begin to, they're not honest, and in regards of they're just trying to hide things, then something seems to be wrong. Something, they seem to be hiding something, and that's no good. It's probably totally corruption in our Danish government, which probably is totally corruption in many places out in the world. And why are we actually part of the European Union, which is run accordingly to the high, I don't know if he is still in the European Union, but according to him, that a Roman Catholic magazine was saying that, hey, we are all Jesuits. The EU are controlled by the Jesuits. Well, that seems pretty anti-Protestant, maybe we shouldn't be part of that, Because the Jesuits, if the EU is run by the Jesuits, well, that would lead back to what? Because the Jesuits are the soldiers of who? Oh, the Emperor, the Roman Emperor. Oh, well. So let's see here. The Jesuits are the deadly enemies of civil and religious liberty. R.W. Thompson, ex-Secretary, American Navy. Of course, they are pulling in one direction, now that they have gotten this religious liberty that they wanted, so they could practice this abomination of their religion, in regards to Roman Catholicism, and do the abomination of the Mass and so forward. Now they are dragging it further in regard of the laws of the Antichrist. Those laws that Martin Luther burned, with the papal bull excommunicating him and Andreas Karlstadt. I think Karlstadt was also written in regards to... Anyway, so he burned them, yeah. The principles of socialism and or communism governed all the Jesuit-run reductions in Paraguay. R.W. Thompson, ex-Secretary, American Navy. And I think that was something in regards of, was it like Paraguay that was in regards of where they actually made communism? I think actually Alberto have something on that as well. The thing is, what Alberto said, you have other sources coming forward saying the same things. You know, there's a huge amount of things that I haven't verified or, just in regards of Alberto Rivera. But a lot of the things that he said, you can get from other sources, It's just, where it seems like he was telling the truth to the best of his ability. That I can only see two options. Either he was still a Jesuit working for the, but the other solution that he actually was a brother in Christ and did his best. And I think that seems more valid. He's coming out with information that, that we had forgotten, that the Protestants had forgotten. We're just totally dying here, The Protestants are dying. How many Protestants are left in this, It's just, yeah, I'm a Protestant. Okay, do you know who you're protesting? Protesting? What are you talking about? Yeah, well, look into Protestant history. How can we have a Lutheran church in Denmark? And actually, there's a lot of things I forgot to mention when I sent this mail. I should make a concentrated letter of all the things that I know on this, I don't know, I know far from everything, but whatever, I should make a letter in regards of getting all of the things down on paper and getting it out there for whosoever wants to, yeah. But that was, in regards to the Martin Luther. How can a Lutheran church, it's what it is in Denmark, and of course it's a state church as well, so that's, how much, we have in regards of, I think it's the US where they try to keep the state away, and the Anabaptists also had this way of keeping the state away from Christianity, They didn't want to have anything to do with government positions and all that, and they didn't want to have anything to do with the government wars and all that. That seemed actually pretty Christian, I think, in regards to not taking up the sword of the hand, going out to kill other people, But anyway, and we're told to go out and spread the good news of Jesus Christ, not go out and slay people, That's the job of, those following Satan, to slay us, pretty much. And they're doing a pretty good job of that, I think, slaying us on so many levels, and the lies and deceptions and anyway. But I forgot to, when we have a Lutheran church, even if it's in regards to the state and so forward, how can a Lutheran church not talk about the Antichrist? Because Martin Luther was very, very, very open, or very loud in regards to talking about it. One of the last books he wrote and released, was in 1545 against the Roman institution. Now, against the papacy, an institution of the devil from 1545. Actually, I have it on my mobile, by the way. It's one of his, it's very harsh, rhetorical, documents against the Roman insane asylum, But, it's a lot better than, hearing all these so-called shepherds in the churches singing love songs for the Antichrist, or to the Antichrist, and leading us back to the man of the number 666. How can Lutheran, shepherds that are part of the Lutheran Church not warn us about the Antichrist? They're Protestants and they even have the name of Luther, and yet there's it's just insane. I'm tired of excuses. I'm tired of lies and tired of deceptions and all that. I'm just tired of it all. I'm tired of hearing these people that just what comes out of their mouth is just bullshit. It's bullshit. That's what it is. And they should be ashamed that they are, educated in regard they have time to read the Bibles. They should stand for truth. And this is what we get? This is what we get? It's outrageous. And some of them are apparently, Freemasons, satanic Freemasons. Now, who knows in regards of Jesuits and so forward, infiltrating the Protestants and singing love songs to the Antichrist. Ecumenical bullshit. Satanic ecumenical bullshit. Oh, you are speaking hate. I get so offended. Well, then get offended, At least I'm not running around and killing off people. And just trying to deceive them and telling them lies and deception. These people are it's just the worst, Listening to some of these Roman Catholics, how they try to deceive you, it's just incredible evil. They say they are Christians, yet they are promoting so much deception, so many lies, and twisting of scripture on so many levels. It's just, and history as well, it's the worst of the worst, It's just, how can we ever be together with these guys? How can we ever build bridges to what is satanic falsehood? And the high pagan priest of the world. Well, we're not pagans, are we? So why are we running back to the Roman Emperor, the Pontifex Maximus, the bridge builder, the triune tyrant, The white, great, stinking poop. That unholy figure, his utmost smelliness. Why are we running back to him? It has to be the most insane thing that people are doing in our days. Because we do not know. We do not know anything anymore. Come on, people, wake up and begin to study and read some good Protestant books and find out what the Protestants actually believe. There's a huge amount of resources out there. Just dig it up, Instead of all these adulterated history books of Roman Catholics and whatever, and all that infiltration and, Anyway, wolves in sheep clothing. What did Jesus warn us about? Wolves in sheep clothing. He didn't warn us about plain stinking wolves like Muhammad. He warned us about wolves in sheep clothing that could, if possible, deceive the very elect. Anyway, the whole frightful responsibility for this terrible 30 years war, 1618 to 1648, must rest upon the so-called Holy Roman Emperor Ferdinand II and his teachers, rulers, and bosom friends, the sons of Loyola, as to say the Jesuit order, till the Gressinger, German historian, 1873. I guess we're coming around here and there. Yeah, but the Roman Catholic, it's just Protestant propaganda, all of it. Oh. Yeah, and then of course we have sources from Catholic sources as well, and there's like, but it's bullshitted, that's the wrong as well, like the historian that got access to the Vatican library in regards to World War II, and finding out, we have some problems in regards of Nazism and the Vatican, and so all the things that he thought that wasn't true, he pretty much, the rumors are, the rumors in some sense are true, and he wrote a book about it, a historical book about it, and of course the propaganda, just anyway. I used to still a Roman Catholic if he's not dead, or I don't know if he ever repented, but the Roman Catholics, even if they found out that there's something wrong with their system, are like, that's so-called bad popes, and that's, it's like, okay, has there at any time been any good so-called popes, that takes the place of and leads people in the wrong direction, in regards of falsehood, and in regards of Roman laws instead of God's laws, and think to have the ability to change the laws of God, and the cookie God, the wafer God. But you have to have the false Jesus cookie. Anyway, the Jesuit order at last reached the pinnacle of its power and prestige in the early 18th century, as to say the early 70s. It had become more influential and more wealthy than any other organization in the world. It held a position in world affairs that no oath-bound group of men has ever held before or since. Nearly all the kings and sovereigns of Europe had only Jesuit as directors of their consciences, as to say, as confessors, priests, so that the whole of Europe appeared to be governed by Jesuits only. 1927, using a short quote by Jesuit Kadara Boyd Barrett, ex-Jesuit. Okay. Yeah, but all these people that fled to England, they were never Catholic priests or this or that. They just fled to England for the fun of it. In regards to some of the people that they fled from these Catholic nations to England, Protestant England, and then were exposing the Roman Catholic, and then the Roman Catholics, but they were never priests, they were never this, always discounting. That's wicked, I think, because that's lying and deceiving if they actually was, priest of the Roman Catholic Church, right? And it seems like it's the same thing again and again and again. Oh, never. Whatever. Anyway, next one. If you trace up masonry through all its orders till you come to the grand tip-top head mason of the world, you will discover that the dread individual and the chief of the Society of Jesus, as to say the superior general of the Jesuit order, are one and the same person. James Parton, American historian. By the way, Alberto told the same thing, I think, in regards of, at least in regards of higher positions, in regards of being Catholics. That was Freemason, high level Freemasons being Catholics. We have a bishop as well that said he was a 37-degree Freemasonry. He told that there was 39 degrees in total. There's the first 33 degrees, and then there's, according to him, there was 6 more degrees. And there was something in regards to when you get to those higher degrees, you have to, anyway. As I understand it from Alberto, one of the things that surprised him was that he actually found out that the enemy of Freemasonry that he thought was his enemy was actually controlled by his own organization. And as I remember correctly, he was surprised about that. It's years ago since I read the magazines. I really should reread them at some point, and get some, I do have a more better, in regards of experience. I actually should also just read the Bible more and all that. But the problem is if the people don't want to move in the right direction, how are we going to change things then? Then it doesn't matter in some sense if, however much I get of truth from the Bible and research, if the people don't want to move in the right direction, well, I can do it for myself, try to do the best that and try to learn the festivals of God, of Jehovah, instead of all these pagan festivals that are promoted by the churches. And in regards of the Sunday, not just Sunday. Sunday is the first day of the week. It's the first day of the week. It's not the last day of the week. Just Satan is sneaky, and and people seem to not care. It has to come down to the people beginning to move in the right direction, because we're never going to change. If we are going to change anything on a greater scale, it has to be the people. The people that wants more truth, that gets hungry for the truth. Instead of just accepting the lies and deceptions and saying, "Oh, that's just how it is," We have this is a war. There's a war going on for the souls of the world. We have billions of people deceived, and Satan is breaking us down in regards of all the truth that we had. Now there was still room for a lot of improvement in regards to the truth we had in regards to the Reformation, and I think it's a shame. It's actually very shameful that we haven't moved. In regards to 500 years that we have had the Word of God in our own language to be able to read it, and we haven't moved further. It's just we're stuck in a lot of pagan traditions, and we're actually moving backward. And it's going downhill very quickly. And no one seems to care. It's just, just making fun of it and this and that. I don't care. I'll speak up until I die, At least trying to open the eyes of some people at least, because we need more brothers and sisters researching these things. We need to have the coal burning once again. Some fire going, some great lights out there, so people can, find some truth, if they're willing, we have people out there looking for truth, but many of them get deceived by Satan. And some of these people out there are honestly just looking for the truth. And yet they are getting deceived by Satan and getting into promoting satanic doctrines like I was. I was one of them. Believing in reincarnation and that I was God and I see myself, and I had so many weird doctrines. I was like trying to figure out what is the purpose of life, What is the meaning of life? If I'm just going to suffer in this world, why continue to go on, If I have health issues and this and that, and, life is pretty much just, why then go on? Why go on living? If life is still, if you're not enjoying life and it's just, painful and this and that, why then go on? Is there a purpose for going on then? Yes, there is. There is a purpose. That purpose is to do the will of God and stand for truth. That's we have the first, this first life that we have, for a short while. There is a purpose, to use it for truth. Well, anyway, try to awaken other people to the truth. It's like a black darkness all around us, and we are told to be lights to the world. In regards to Jesus Christ is the Savior. He's not a cookie Jesus. He's not only a prophet Jesus and all the other deceptions out there. Jesus is God's Son and God in the flesh. He died for the sins once and for all on the tree. His living bread was broken and his wine poured out for the sins of the world once and for all. We break the bread, drink the wine, in remembrance of what he did for us. And again, in regards to the Passover lamb, eating the Passover lamb to remember, what, he did for us. He is the perfect, spotless, sinless Passover lamb, that took upon himself the sins of the world. All these transgressions that we have done, he took upon himself. And we are to witness for him. We are disciples. We should, he is our goal to become more like him. And he was a Jew, and he kept the law of God, not the law of the Antichrist, okay? So you can call me a Judaizer and all that. Oh, give me a break. Jesus was a Jew. Anyway, we're not talking about Judaism either, We're talking about biblical law. The Judaism, hates Jesus. They know he was executed and all that, but they believe he was executed on, righteous claims in some sense. He made himself into God. It's blasphemy and blah, 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 right? So the Jews, in regards of Judaism, think that he was a destroyer of Judaism. But Jesus was not a destroyer of Judaism. Oh, well, maybe he was in regards of it. Well, let's try to rephrase. Jesus was not a destroyer of the law of Jehovah that he upheld, but he might, in regards of these false doctrines and doctrines of men, in regards of Judaism, yes, he was he was showing them their issues, And people think that when Jesus is, that he was breaking the law. No, Jesus wasn't breaking the law. He was breaking the man-made commandments. When people sometimes read the New Testament and like, oh yeah, Jesus broke this and that and all that, and he was showing that the law was abolished. No, you get it all wrong. He was breaking all the laws of the, the Pharisees and these, learned that made up their own laws. So this very day, the Jews are calling Jesus Yeshu, which is an acronym for may his name be obliterated and blotted out. So, no, I don't hate Jews and all that. I actually love Jews, so it's not. But, we have to have facts is facts, right? And that's the fact. And you can go look that up for yourself, or maybe talk to some Jews and so forward, like I've done. I've been to Israel twice. And it's not like I'm angry at the Jews. I'm sad. Here they have the Messiah coming to them, and they killed him. And they have rejected him for nearly 2,000 years. So I'm not anti-Semitic. Of course I've been called that. I've been called huge amount of things. Doesn't really matter in regards of it's lies, it's deceptions. I love Jews. But but it's very sad to see that they, but we have a growing number of Jews that actually believes in Jesus, Jewish Christians. We have 30,000 and growing in the land of Israel. That's awesome. Anyway, in Roman Catholic circles, it is well known that the black pope is the term used for the superior general of the Jesuits, as the pope is always robed in white and the Jesuit superior general in black. So you have the pope, the white pope, the white smelling pope, and you have the shadow, the black smelling pope. The contrast is obvious, but those Romanists who do not greatly love the Jesuits, and their number is not limited, use the term as indicating that the black pope rules the white pope. And that, that seems to be, that the black pope is having, but of course the white pope apparently in our days are Jesuit himself as well. So who knows who actually is in, It is the white pope that has the visible titles of, who is the so-called Roman emperor, who is the Pontifex Maximus, the high pagan priest, and so forward. All these, titles, extraordinary titles, which actually belongs to God, he has taken upon himself. Anyway, even while the former, as to say the black pope, is obligated to make at least a show of submission to the latter, 1896, M.F. Cusack ex nun of Camor, author of the book of the black poop. Yeah, but well, when the order was in regards of it's in regards to the soldiers of the poop. So anyway, the Jesuits are the only religious order in the Church of Rome which has lain under the ban of the white poop, or which has been expelled from any country because of its interference in politics. Hence, we may expect to find that to obtain political power forms a main feature in the plans of the Society of Jesus, as to say the Jesuit order M.F. Cusack in 1896. Another one. All these things cause the Father General, so-called Father, because we're set to call no one Father on earth. We're not to use the title Father. Of course, the Roman Catholics have, always, they have had hundreds of years to make up their. It's the same with the Jews as well. And they're using the same arguments in regards to Jesus and blah, 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 in regards to the Jews as has been used before in time, and this and that that Mary was made pregnant by a Roman soldier or whatever, and this and that, and, that he was a sorcerer or what, just give me a break. Yeah. And they actually have some, the Jews have some damage control documents, which is called Toledo Jesuit. A very interesting document. Actually also talks about Paul, which is not called Paul in the document, but you can see that. It actually says that it is, anyway. Toledo Jesuit, and I think it's control damage from Satan in some sense, or from the Jews. Where they verify, it's true that he did miracles and this and that, in regards to Jesus. But, it was because Jesus was, a sorcerer or something like that, So don't take it as authority, but it's just an interesting document. But anyway, it's interesting also to show that, in regards to the document, shows it has problems with, this new so-called sect of the Nazarenes and this belief in Jesus Christ. So what do? Well, they send a very learned man to infiltrate the group and, get them away from Jewish ideas. And that man, according to the document, is Paul. Isn't that interesting? Because what actually was Paul doing? Well, getting the Christians away from, the Bible, pretty much. Anyway, I have a huge amount of documents on that as well. Different sources talking about. And there's two gospels going out in the world, and they're very close together in some sense, and yet they are very far apart from each other. And that might seem obvious. But the thing is, both of these gospels that goes into the world is coming in the name of Christ. So you see, both of these gospels are talking about, coming in regards to the gospels of Jesus Christ. But there is a variation, a thing that is a difference. One is only grace. Only grace. There is no law. The law is abolished, it's done away. The law is evil, it's done away, it's cast over the shoulder, it's, that's the one gospel. And the other is with the law. So the question is, when Jesus says, go out into the world and teach all that I taught you, the question is, did Jesus uphold the law? And if Jesus upheld the law, well, which one of the gospels of those two is true? And which one is false? You see, they are very close together, yet they are very far apart, because they take you in two two different directions. Yeah, I have some document in regards of Marcion. Marcion was only Pauline Christian. He believed that all the other apostles that walked with Jesus, talked to Jesus, ate with Jesus, apparently just got it all wrong. And thereby he believed that Paul was the only one that had understood the gospel of Jesus, which are grace over grace and all that. But we have we have lost a lot of information in regards of Marcion as I understand it. But there's some reconstructions in regards of his Bible, in regards of using only the letters of Paul and an edited version of the Gospel of Luke. That was pretty much his so-called New Testament. This is from the 2nd century, if I remember correctly. But what we have of surviving, we have the prologues that Marcion made for the letters. And those prologues are very interesting. I think, having some pieces of the puzzles again, where you see that there's two gospels going out in the world. Now, of course, from Marcion's point of view, those teaching the law are the heretics. And Paul, in regards of grace and without, is the hero here. But you can still learn a lot of things by an opponent, or someone that has a, anyway. And then, of course, we have sources that the Ebionites rejected Paulus, and the Nazarenes, we have some sources as well on that they might also have rejected Paulus as a false prophet. Or wolves in sheep clothing. We have all Asia, according to Paul himself, rejecting him as an apostle. He says in one of his last letters, as it's to Timothy or something like that. As you know, all Asia has left me. Why would all Asia leave Paulus? Because Asia Minor was this place that was, as far as I can see, the greatest place for truth for at least 200 years. And they stood against Rome and their filthy, deceptions and all the bad seeds that tries to corrupt and all that. But, times work for Satan and all that. So, for example, the people in Asia Minor upheld the Passover, the true Passover, yet Rome had other traditions in regards of Easter and wanted them to keep according to Rome. Now Rome won out in 325. So anyway, if you begin to collect all the puzzle pieces inside the Bible and outside the Bible, I think we have a problem with, Paul. Of course, you don't get very, you don't get any, you don't really get much popular points in regards of actually get a lot of angry people. But anyway, But that's of course not to say that, in regards of Paul, he was a great witness in regards of Jesus Christ, but he leads people into lawlessness, and it leads people to attack those that tries to keep the law, And every time people run to lawlessness, they will run to Paul, not Jesus, Isn't it funny? They will go to Paul and say, oh, well, God says this because Paul said it. Well, are you sure, that you should put so much authority in regards of his, letters? Maybe you should just, if we have a conflict in regards of Jesus and Paul, who would you go by? Well, Jesus is God, right? Anyway, I've had a lot of people just quoting Paul all the time. That was the only thing they could do. And then, then I just quoted Jesus. And there was a conflict. And yet, when there was a anyway. It's like, who would you actually accept, If are we called to be disciples of Jesus or Paul? Anyway. I think the safe bet is to go by Jesus, right? Anyway, all these things caused the so-called Father General of the Jesuits to be feared by the Pope and sovereigns. A sovereign who is not there, the Jesuit friend, will sooner or later experience their vengeance. Yeah, so a sovereign who is not there, the Jesuits' friends, will soon or later experience their vengeance. In 1852, Luigi de Sanctis, official censor of the Inquisition. Anyway, it's actually a little sad because I took all the information that I had found in regards to Paul and the Nazarenes that I had done of studies and the Ebionites and all that, and I made a video that was, I think it was 2 or 3 hours long, but YouTube, removed all of my. Well, that was actually a pretty good video, I think. Anyway, I just took all the information and then people could make up their own mind. One of the books that I read, for example, is this book. It's called Nazarene Jewish Christianity. Now, I do think the guy that wrote it made some wrong conclusions, but he also makes some pretty good statement as well, showing that is, in regards to the scholarly opinion, he's actually, because he does not, he believes that the Nazarenes actually did not reject Paul, but then, he has 2 witnesses that says otherwise, and then he says that mostly that the scholars' opinions are actually otherwise, that they believe that the Nazarenes actually did reject Paulus, that is the primary opinion by scholars. But anyway, he takes there's 2 quotes talking about that showing that they might actually have rejected him in regards of historical, sources that we have. And then he goes by, I think it's Jerome, that talks positive, and then he goes by that instead of actually taking the earlier sources, and and I think that actually might have been a reason why Jerome might have gotten some support from. But anyway, that's one of the sources, or some of the sources from. Then we have in regards of the Clementine material as well. That is also very interesting, the Clementine material. You can see down through history, there's a lot of censoring going on, as I can see that is still happening in our days. And when you begin to learn a little of how Satan works and all that, it's not surprising to see that we have had a lot of censorship in, throughout history. But again, we still have pieces here and there. In regards of the Clementine material, I have it over here. This is the Clementine material. I'm getting a little off topic, by the way. Sorry about it. This is the book in regards of. This is it calls it the Nazarene Acts of the Apostles, or the Recognitions of Clement. You can get it free on the internet. I actually wouldn't suggest buying it because this version where he has put some Hebrew words into the version, and if you use Hebrew words, you should also have all the words that's fixed so you can have it explained. Yet he doesn't have that. So he does have for some of the Hebrew words, but not all the Hebrew words. So and I have read version from the internet that was pretty good, and you can get it for free. But the thing is, in the beginning of these material that is said to come from the Ebionites, which is actually also interesting if they come from the Ebionites. Now, the Ebionites was a group that came out from the Nazarenes, so the Ebionites is not the original group. Now, the Ebionites believe that Jesus was born, by a normal event and all that and so forward. So, and not in regards of Mary was a virgin and all that. But you just have to remember the Ebionites was not the original group. Now, of course, some sources actually talks about the Nazarenes and the Ebionites as Ebionites, both of them. But you can discern by doctrines who is which and so forward. The Nazarenes are those believing in a virgin birth, and that that the Holy Spirit made Mary pregnant and all that. The Ebionites do not. But of course, when you know that a group comes out from another group, and in regards of time when that actually happened, it's hard to set a date because again we don't have that much information. It would be, after they had fled Jerusalem, it might have happened at that point. That would be reasonable to think. After fleeing Jerusalem, that some might have rebelled in some sense. And then sometimes you take the documents from, some of the documents from the group, and still have some of their views, yet, and so forth. But anyway, these books of Clementine is like a story and based on this kind of material, which is very interesting because a lot of the things that Jesus says, and then you read it in these Clementines where you get more information. It's not taking it in the wrong, there's, of course there's some issues in the book as well, but you have to be aware of that. But some of the things are just, where it's like, some of the things, you see it in the New Testament and it strikes you as there has to be some true information in this, because it's yeah, anyway. But anyway, in the beginning of this of these sources, there is in regards of that enemy. It doesn't give the name of the guy. It just explains him as that enemy. Now, if you read the Bible, the New Testament, and know the parable of the book of Matthew, and of course the book of Matthew was a primarily book that the Nazarenes was using, the first believers. That's the mother church. That's the real mother church. And they primarily used the book of Matthew. Now, if you know in regards to the parable of Jesus, in regards of the enemy, it's just interesting that, that enemy, which is then found in this material, if you look at what happens and what this enemy do, well, I think it's pretty clear who it's pointing to. And who is it pointing to? Paul. Isn't it interesting? Anyway, I don't know. It's just, I do have my conclusion, of course. I have I'm very aware when Paul, I'm very careful in regards of Paul's letters. That's pretty much it. But we have different sources that seem to, and not only in the past but also in our days, where people have found out, hey, there's an issue. For example, the Danish Kierkegaard, as I understand it, also found out, hey, hey guys, there seems to be a problem with this Paul dude, that we are actually destroying the message of the master by a so-called disciple, using Paul to destroy the words of Jesus. That might not be so good, So we, anyway, and we can see, I think Luther went astray on that as well. He used so much of Paul, and thereby he ended up in some bad decisions here and there and all that. So anyway, Luther was very Paul centered, whereas Andreas and the Anabaptists was putting much more weight on the words of Jesus, as we should, because Jesus is our master. He's our, teacher. He's our rabbi. He's God in the flesh, So, of course, we should put more emphasis on his word than... And he said an enemy would come, and then you begin to pick all the puzzle pieces together, and at that point you will become very hated in some sense, It's like, it's just, a lot of people will get very heated on that, and then they will go away from you and, not wanted to talk to you or whatever. Anyway. So, it's just, it's this honest, not really, and we also have to remember that enemy in regards of wolves in sheep clothing, that it was possible, if possible, to deceive the elect. So anyway, and some believe it's Simon the sorcerer, Simon the Magi, and I don't think he's deceptive enough. I think you could pretty much see through him very easily. You know, had to be someone that was much, much more slick. Now, there actually might be more sources on these things, and but I haven't really dug deeper into. It was interesting to find some outside sources on it, but again, if you just keep to the Bible as well, you can find a lot of issues as well. In regards of Asia Minor, if you just keep your point on Asia Minor and know a little history as well and all that and what was going on, and you know that the Apostle John was in Asia Minor, Apostle Philip was in Asia Minor. This was a great, there was really growing into a place where there was a huge amount of light, a truth in this area. Now we know Paul was in that area as well, according to the New Testament. The thing is, according to Paul himself, all this area rejected him. And then the question is, why would these people leave Paul? Well, maybe because they found some issues. And then I'm looking into, actually, I need to read that at some point, but apparently, one of Paul's acquaintance, Timothy or something like that. But he apparently is in Ephesus still in this letter. And I have to read those letters again because I think it's the second letter where he says that, as you know, all Asia has left me. And of course, this guy would have known if they would have rejected both Paul and probably also this guy that was in Ephesus as well. But in regards to the first letter, I think there's actually in regards to the doctrine that is a problem. In regards of Paul, that you can eat everything and anything, He actually tells the truth once in one of his letters in regards of, but and then you go to the book of Revelation in regards to the 7 letters that Jesus is telling John the apostle to write. And at least 2 places I think it's pretty clear that we're talking about eating meat sacrificed to false gods, that Jesus is rebuking people in regards to this doctrine of eating meat sacrificed to false god. And why do people believe they can eat meat sacrificed to a false god without any issue and just buy it at the market or go to a pagan and just eat it and all that? Well, because of Paul. Why do people believe it's, it doesn't matter which day we keep in the week or in regards to the festivals and all that or this and that? Well, because of Paul. Why do people believe that the law is abolished and done away with? Well, because of Paul. And people say, Paul, but Paul says. Yeah, but what does Jesus say, Anyway, so yeah. Do I have some issues with Paul? Yeah, I think I have. The Jesuits actually use his doctrine as well in regards of, Greek for Greek and a Jew for a Jew and so forward. A chameleon, changing his colors. Was Jesus like that? No. Anyway, in regards to the word Judaizer, who came up with the Judaizer? Who coined the word Judaizer? Well, Paul, as far as I can see, coined the word Judaizer, at least in regards to the biblical context. Coined the word Judaizer, talking about Peter. Why would, in regards to Judaizing, like something bad, actually doing what the law says. But all through history, we can see that there has been more and more corruption, leading us away from the law. Well. So let's get back. Let's get back to the text. All these things caused the Father General of the Jesuits to be feared by the Pope and sovereigns, dot dot dot. A sovereign who is not there, the Jesuit friend, will sooner or later experience their vengeance. 1852. Luigi de Sanctis, official censor of the Inquisition. Also, a problem is that how are you going to measure Paul if you don't know the rest of the Bible? The problem is a lot of Christians are only reading the letters of Paul. How are you to discern if there's anything wrong with Paul if you only read his letters? He's also belittling the real apostles, by the way, and the disciples, the so-called pillars. Well, those so-called pillars, Paul, walk with Jesus, They heard his teaching. They knew him. Something you didn't, You didn't walk with Jesus. You didn't hear Jesus, his teaching and so forth when he was on the earth, You didn't eat with him, you didn't... so again, so it's like, so-called pillars. I think they had a pretty good case for being, pillars for what the teaching of Jesus Christ actually was, because they actually knew him and they, was witnesses to these things. Anyway. And when people are saying, well, if you reject Paul, or, at least take him less, you destroy the whole, then you need to throw this out and that out. Well, in regards to the Nazarenes, they pretty much, seem to have believed that it was okay with the Gospel of Matthew. They could pretty much, that was... And they were the mother congregation. So if they could, pretty much go by the Gospel of Matthew, Anyway, why would we then, throw out other, just because... I think actually it verifies the words of Jesus, because Jesus had warned us about a wolf in sheep clothing that would come and sow the bad seeds afterwards. We know that these bad seeds are poisonous seeds, these... darnel was sown in the 1st century. We know that by a fact. So if they were sown in the 1st century, and we know that to be a fact, then the question is, who sowed them? And what is the character of these poisonous seeds? Well, as far as I can see, they are lawless. They are without the law. Which law? Is it the Roman law, or is it the law of God? Well, it's the law of God, of course. So anyway, the Society of Jesus, as to say the Jesuit order, is the enemy of man. The whole human race should unite for its overthrow, ... for there is no alternative between its total extirpation and the absolute corruption and degradation of mankind. Robert J. Breckinridge, or something like that, he's an author or something. Another one, the Jesuits are simply the Romish army, because... You see, Rome is not done away. You see, the Bible talks about the last beast being Roman, and that Roman beast continues until, the stone comes and destroys the statue. So, this Roman beast has a little horn coming up, plucking 3 other horns, and... it persecutes the saints. What is the saints? Those that are keeping, guarding, and protecting the commandments of Jehovah and the testimony of Jesus Christ, or Yeshua HaMashiach. Now, this little horn also thinks to change times and laws. Now, who have fought to change times and laws? Rome. The Vatican and, Anyway, the Roman Emperor. Then, of course, we also know that this little horn is... Oh, by the way, it's speaking great words, by the way, but it's also a horn that knows dark sayings. So we should expect a clever horn, a clever power in some sense, a clever, So I think that's exactly what we find. All roads lead to Rome. Anyway, and it's a Roman beast. It's on the Roman beast. You know, you have to. I think it's pretty clear, and the Protestants also thought it was pretty clear because they all began to protest against this system and the Antichrist, the beast. The beast of the number 666. That's a little hard when I've spoken so long, you know. 2 hours, yeah. I'm beginning to block up in my nose and all that. And then my voice changes and it gets a little hard to speak, you know. Anyway, it destroys the voice somewhat. The Jesuits are simply the Romish army for the earthly sovereignty of the world in the future, with the pontiff of Rome for emperor. Caesar. That's their ideal. ... It is simply lust of power, of filthy earthly gain, of domination, something like a universal serfdom with them. I'm not sure about serfdom, what that actually means. I'm getting somewhat hungry, but I don't think I have... the state of serf, bondage, slavery, okay, slavery, bondage. Something like a universal serfdom with them, as to say the Jesuit as masters. That's all they stand for. They don't even believe in God, perhaps. That's Fyodor Dostoevsky, 1821 to 1881. Famous Russian novelist. Now, I do believe they believe in God, but it's not the God of the Bible. The Cookie Jesus, right? The Cookie Jesus. Oh, yeah. The false Cookie Jesus. I, Roman Catholic Bishop Palafox, found almost all the wealth and all the and all the treasures of the province of America in the hands of the Jesuits. Addition comment. I assume the bishop is talking specifically about South America. Oh, I was thinking about North America actually. But you know, okay. I wouldn't be surprised in regards to North America either, you know. So anyway, all this property, but I would have to look into more in regards of this this guy, if to look into. There's so much information about these things, and yet no one knows anything. It's like, oh, it's just a conspiracy. Yeah, it's the greatest conspiracy in the world against God. They are conspiring against God. This is the Antichrist system. Yeah, it's a great conspiracy. Anyway, it doesn't mean it's not true, okay? It's like people believe, oh, it's a conspiracy, then it's not true, you know? What was it? A conspirer, to, you know, conspire to do something, you know? And secrecy. Yep, I think that fits pretty much. And what the Bible does is to open the door for this great deception and this great conspiracy that is going on, and, you know, help you to find out what is actually going on in this world. Anyway, all this property and all these considerable revenues, which might make a sovereign powerful, serve no other purpose than to maintain 10 Jesuit colleges. To this may be added the extraordinary skill with which they, the Jesuits, make use of and increase their abundant wealth. They maintain public warehouses, cattle fairs, butcher stalls, and shops. They lend out their money for usury and thus cause the greatest loss and injury to others. Roman Catholic Bishop Palafox from a letter of his in 1647. And of course, Alberto Rivera was talking about that, in regards to training, and then we have the other bishop actually verifying that he wrote in regards of he signed the order to pretty much kill off, Alberto as an enemy of the Vatican. Because this bishop was in the Vatican at that point, and there's some images as well in regards to that. It would be interesting with more images of his, to get more verification, so even, so anyone can really. Anyway, for the Vatican, editor comment, even then controlled by the Black Pope and his Jesuit order, condemned the Declaration of Independence as wickedness and called the Constitution of the United States a satanic document. Avram Manhattan, author from his book The Dollar and the Vatican. But as I understand it from people that is also digging into history, well, the Declaration of Independence, I think it was, in 1776, I think it was, I might be getting this wrong, but as I understand it, it actually gave the freedom to the Roman Catholics to practice their abominations. You see, before that, there was laws against them practicing this abomination. So, might actually have been a great thing for the Roman Catholics to have gotten this document, taking a step further in the direction of trying to get the Protestants in America under their control, And all these Protestants that fled, having the wolf, just coming by them, or hunting them down. So again, you have to remember that the Vatican knows the political game. And even if they, for example, protested, of course, in our days, they want to go the step further to get, it seems, all under the laws of the Vatican. So, anyway. Well, I think actually we should go in the other direction. I just saw some of one of Kennedy's, Kennedy is talking about, in regards of me being a Roman Catholic, that shouldn't really be an issue for you guys out there. That should be something that, only concerns me. Are you kidding me? I wrote something in regards of that on Facebook. I think Kennedy is very slick talking in regards of these things, I have no idea why any one of the Protestants fell into his. Maybe that wasn't the other two. Of course, it's run by Rome anyway. It seems, But they also talk about that there was, Catholic, and use the words like it's something that is, why would these people be anti-Catholic or making fun of it and this and that and. It's just, you hear it all the time. People might, anti-Catholic and, ha ha ha, they believe that the Pope was the Antichrist and all that, you give me like, it's like, they were just radicals and they was just, Yeah, but it's not a bad thing to be a radical if you're radical in regards of Jesus and the Bible, Anyway, let's see if I can find it. Let's see here. There we go. Overall, Kennedy, I think, was slippery in his words, trying to make it a non-concern that he was a Roman Catholic. Like, that would not be of any importance. Got to be kidding me. Who happened just to be a Catholic? Yeah, just happened to be a papist. That should only be important to me, Kennedy. Really? So no one should be concerned that they are now voting in a foreign Roman papist into a high government position. Which, by the way, was illegal in the beginning of Protestant America, as far as I know, written in their laws. Because they were fleeing this insanity institution and wanted nothing to do with its wicked, filthy abominations. But time works for Satan, and people forget, and they are run over. Anyway, in regards of, for example, here we have one in regards of, it's not that good quality in this browser. I don't know. It's just, all right, wrong answer. The Christian Protestant fled, and the devil followed after. In regards of fleeing from Europe, going to America, and the devil follows after. Anyway. So JFK says, I believe in an America that is officially neither Catholic, Protestant, nor Jewish. Wrong answer! Wrong answer. Totally wrong answer. Can't you see that's very slippery? America was a Protestant. Protestants. There was Protestants fleeing. Anyway, let's see here. All right, here. No Roman Catholic papist or closet papist should ever be in government or high state positions. If someone can be so wrong on his decision as to work for the Roman Antichrist 666, how could one ever trust any other decision making the person makes? And it's not. I know that he was killed and so forward, and there might be reason because he actually began to go against the Roman system and all that. In regards of but in regards to this slippery talk that he talked, that's just it shouldn't be any concern that I'm a Catholic. Not a concern. Are you kidding me? Yeah, it's just let's see if I can put it up here. I think it's just terrible. Let's see. I want to run. Or maybe I need to download it actually too. Yeah, maybe I can close this one. Now,
I am not the Catholic candidate for president.
I'll just download it and we'll take it from there when it's downloaded, so you can see what I'm talking about. I think it's very slippery. I think it's very and then
I am not the Catholic candidate for president.
Yeah, okay, let's see if it comes.
I am the Democratic Party's candidate for president. Who happened to
Let's
also
just take
be
it
a
for
When John F. Kennedy ran for president in
that
1960,
quality. We don't
one
need
of the
the
big
big
issues
quality.
affecting his candidacy was the fact that he was a Roman Catholic.
It's easy to forget from our
Why
vantage
so
today
I should
just how
stop
much
at the moment, I
anti-Catholic
guess.
prejudice there was in this country. So Kennedy really had an uphill battle in convincing.
Yeah, there we go. Let's so it's downloading and all that. So let's see here. So you see, the Vatican have a way of being very good at playing the political game. There, we have quotes on that that they are the masters of the political games and all that. Anyway, the Jesuit Superior General is at the head of this black and mute militia, which thinks, wills, acts, obeys as the passive instrument of his designs. Their whole life must have but one aim, the advancement of the Jesuit order to which they are attached. 1912, Jeremiah J. Crowley, Irishman, ex-priest in the Roman Catholic Church, author of the book of Romanism, Menace to the Nation. Next one. Never before in the course of the world's history has such a society, as to say the Jesuit order, appeared. The old Roman Senate itself did not lay schemes for world domination with greater certainty of success. 1800, Frederick I. Hardenberg, German philosopher. And by the way, in regards to the Roman, you have the old Roman pagan empire, and then you have the Popish empire, which they call the Holy Roman Empire, because apparently everything is holy in regards to the Roman Catholic insane asylum, where they lie all the time, or at least a huge amount, and they've twisted things, and so you really have to be careful. Anyway, Jesuit trained Illuminist Adam Weishaupt and his fellow Jesuit cut off the income to the Vatican by launching and leading the French Revolution by directing Napoleon's conquest of Catholic Europe by eventually having Napoleon throw Pope Pius the VII in jail at Avignon until he agreed as the price for his release to re-establish the Jesuit order. This Jesuit war on the Vatican was terminated by the Congress of Vienna and by the secret 1822 Treaty of Verona. Emmanuel M. Josephson actually uses Joseph's son. That's interesting. American physician and historian. In regards of son, you actually have the biblical thing in regards of Joseph's son, like we have in Denmark, Eric's son, Eric's son. But apparently we have they've used an E instead of an O. Anyway. Okay, so why would the Jesuits use their implacable enemy, the Jews, okay, to further their designs for, people say, oh, it's the Jews. Well, who is promoting that it's the Jews, it's the Jews? Well, the Jesuits, it's just, it's not the Jews, it's the Jesuits. Yeah, there are some high-powered, powerful Jewish people out there, but they're working for Rome, okay? It's not the other, yes. Anyway. So why would the Jesuits use this implacable enemy, the Jews, to further their designs for world dominion? ? The Jesuits never do anything out in the open where they can be exposed. If they are recognized as the culprits, they will be blamed and suffer the consequence. But if they can, that's the thing, if you look at on Danish politics and what is going on in Denmark and all that, it's hard to see what is actually going on. Where are the real powers in Denmark and so forward? We can see a lot of corruptions and all that. But the question is, in regards of the lines, that's a lot harder to, you could maybe look at the Freemasons and the Jesuits. There are Jesuits in Denmark, and we have a school in Copenhagen in regards of the spiritual practices of Ignatia Loyola. Of course, it would be interesting to see in regards of spin doctors and whatever, into where they coming from. Are they, what affiliation do they have and all that? It's corrupt. It's just totally corrupt. And just corruption. Ugh. If they are recognized as the culprit, but there has to be some lines, something is pulling the threads. And again, all roads leads to Rome as usually. So again, but I haven't really, it's hard to find out what is. At least in the US, they seem to have some knowledge of what is actually. Seems a little harder, at least maybe it's because we don't know anything. Maybe it would actually be more in the open if we just, if more people were actually looking into these things, and if more people actually came out and told the truth, in regards to, instead of not telling the truth of what is actually really going on, people are just keeping their mouth shut. I talked to a guy that was, this, I guess I don't know if he's a professor or whatever, but, they are making these books in regards of who is actually at the power structure, and it seemed like this guy just, didn't really get my idea of, it didn't seem that they had gone, he said, well, if there was anything secret people would tell. Well, if you're told that if you tell anything that your throat is slit from ear to ear, well, you might actually not say to people, what you know. So, and there might be other ways to keep people silent, like telling them that, if you say anything, we will not kill you, but we will kill your whole family. You know, we will go after your family. You know, if you have a father, for example, knowing things, you know, a man, a husband, and you know, and he knows things, and he wants to go out and tell anyone, the idea that his wife and his children might be murdered by by these people, might be enough for him not to speak out against this system. But again, if enough people speaks out, the system have a problem, doesn't it? Satan will have a problem to have a problem in regards of damage control. Anyway, but these Satanists, knows how to play the game. They know these soldiers of Satan. Some of the things, if you just look in the past of their instruments of torture, and you're like, how could anyone actually come up with these things of torture? This is just incredible, wicked, and demonic. Yeah, well, I guess Satan's agents have their ways, I guess, So why would the Jesuit use their implacable enemy, the Jews, to further their designs for world dominion? The Jesuits never do anything out in the open where they can, and by the way, in regards to the Jesuits, if you see that the SS is blueprint of the Jesuits, and what did the SS do in regards to Nazism? What was one of their things? Well, killing off Jews, right? The SS, as far as I understand it, stood for that. These people having icons as skeletons. And the question is, which God did they actually fight for? The God of the Bible, or the God of, that is Satan, God of the world, in regards of this worldly, I think the God that they, was, when you have the Nazi belt that says, God is with us, and you can just look it up on the internet. There's a huge amount of images of these buckle belts today. There seems to be coming more and more of these Nazi buckle belts. So, that says God is with us in German, sometimes it has the cookie Jesus or the cookie God, the sun God, the false cookie God, with the sun sign in the middle, or it has a skeleton, or, an eagle with the sun symbol and whatever, Anyway, so what God are they talking about? They're talking about the biblical God or the God of this world? Anyway, I think they would be talking about the God of this world in regards to Satan. Why would the Jesuits use their implacable enemy, the Jews, to further that? And of course, in regards to the flag of the Nazis being a cookie, makes sense when you know that Hitler was a good Roman he was a Roman. He grew up as a Roman Catholic, and he was in good standing with the church until his illegible death in was like 1945 or 46, I think 45. Anyway, but some believe that Hitler went to Argentina, and a lot of Nazis fled by the Vatican red lines into Argentina and other nations. And what is Argentina? A Roman Catholic nation. Just pick the puzzle pieces together, and you will find that all roads leads to Rome. So why would the Jesuits use their implacable enemy, the Jews, to further their designs for world dominion? The Jesuits never do anything out in the open where they can be exposed. And it's interesting, it's not even 100 years in regards of World War II, and we already have forgotten or don't know in regards to World War II. And also, if you actually look on World War II, it seems they're playing both sides. It seems like they're in control of both sides. The Allies and the Nazi, what's it called? The Allies and I can't remember what it's called. Anyway, it seems like they control both sides. Things on both sides are very, there's happening things on both sides in World War II that is very strange, Well, how do you do the Inquisition in our days? Well, just make the Protestants go into war with each other and kill off each other, and murder the people by the disguise of going to war in regards of an Inquisition, and kill off a lot of Jews and kill off a lot of Protestants, and kill off a lot of Roman Catholics that are too too liberal. Yeah, let's just take them as well. If they are recognized as the culprits, they will be blamed and suffer the consequences. We have a problem in regards of... Oh, give me a break with... well. I'll... Problem with these live sessions, Again, I should probably make more value items and smaller items. If I can just make an hour a day or something like that, that would be 360 hours a year or something like that, or approximately. It depends if that's 12 or 13 months in the year, of course, but anyway. So that's in regards to the biblical calendar. You have... It calibrates itself in regards of the moon. You have either 12 moons in a year or 13 moons in a year. So every month is a moon. So you can just look at the moon and then you can actually find out where you are in the month. It actually makes sense, but not with the Roman Catholic calendar in some sense. Okay. Anyway, I'll get on the other network again. Okay,
I am not the Catholic candidate for president. I am the Democratic Party's candidate for president, who happens also to be a Catholic.
When John
just happen to be a Catholic. Yeah, nothing to do with anything. I'm just a Catholic in my private life, and nothing to, it's just deceptive. I think it's very deceptive.
ran for president in 1960, one of the big issues affecting his candidacy was the fact that he was a Roman Catholic.
It's easy to forget from our vantage point today just how much anti-Catholic prejudice there was in this country.
Oh yeah, it's prejudice. They use the word prejudice. I think a much better word. Maybe they knew things. Maybe they were not as desensitized to the truth, or they might have known. And that's you always hear this, anti-Catholic, it's just. Yeah, well, why do you think they were anti-Catholic? And again, the word that he used, in regards of, prejudice. That's a word to try to, again, they might still have known their Bibles, in regards and the Protestant history. And by knowing these things, it might not have been prejudice, would it? Anyway, that's the Antichrist, by the way. That's sitting there, the triune tyrant. No, he doesn't have his 3 crowns upon him at the moment. He has his fish hat. But anyway.
Kennedy really had an uphill battle in convincing some Americans that he was as fully...
And he was sitting on his toilet throne. It was... I guess the toilet throne might actually be the things that actually, stand on. Anyway, whatever.
American as they were.
Because I am a Catholic, and no Catholic...
Oh, you're a Catholic. Okay, that's, regards to political things and all that is probably all bullshit anyway, but, why would I vote, why would I ever vote on a Catholic? If you say you are Catholic, you're already... it's interesting that he doesn't say Roman Catholic, because that's actually what it is. A Roman Catholic. It's a foreign power. You're under the wings of a foreign power. The Roman Emperor, who is the Antichrist. Again, why would I ever vote on a person like that?
has ever been elected president it's apparently necessary for me to state once again, not what kind of church I believe in, for that should be important only to me.
Wait, what? It should only be important to you? Oh, not about the people actually living in a Protestant nation, or actually was, where the Protestants was fleeing to and all. Oh, it shouldn't be important that I'm a Roman papist. It's just only my concern. You see, this is very slick, I don't know much about history in regards of Kennedy and all that. I know that he was assassinated, that's, in regards of being killed and all that, because as I understand it, because he went against the system and all that. So, but that's not what we're talking about here. This is in regards of it's slippery. It's very slippery.
But what kind of America I believe in?
Something that jumps out to me about this speech is how different.
Yeah, and what kind of America does he believe in? Does he believe in upholding Protestant values? Let's see. What is
different it is from today, where you had somebody championing the separation of church and state.
Whatever issue may come before me as president, if I should be elected, I will make my decision in accordance with what my conscience tells me to be in the national interest, and without regard to outside religious pressure or dictates.
Today,
yeah, but you're still a Roman Catholic, so you still would have the Roman Catholic things with you, right, in the baggage. But anyway, let's continue.
politicians talk all the time about their religion and how their religious views shape their worldview. Kennedy's argument is that they have no role whatsoever. JFK used a device called a reversible raincoat. He's not here to talk about what kind of church he believes in. He's here to talk about what kind of America he believes in. So
yeah, and if you hide away what you actually are, one thing is to, if you're a Roman Catholic, a Roman papist, to denounce your Roman Catholic faith. Another thing is to, I'm a Roman Catholic, but it doesn't really matter. Doesn't matter that you believe in a cookie god. Doesn't matter that, regards of praying to Mary and all these so-called saints and all that. It doesn't matter, and it's just, give me a break. I think it matters. I think it's very important.
Flipping a sentence like that.
I do not speak for my church on public matters, and the church does not speak for me. I believe in an America where the separation of church and state is absolute.
There's a whole riff about I believe in this kind of America, I believe in that kind of America, that allows him to make his case in a positive way without seeming like he's on the defensive.
I believe in an America that is officially neither Catholic, Protestant, nor Jewish. And
what did he just say? That's the thing. Does he want the, America, going forward as a Protestant nation and upholding Protestant values? What does he know? It doesn't really
him to make his case in a positive way without seeming like he's on the defensive.
I believe in an America that is officially neither Catholic, Protestant, nor Jewish.
Oh, so I guess all those people fleeing fleeing from this wicked system over to America, they didn't believe it was based on the Bible and Protestant values, or actually Christian Protestant values. Those people that actually took the Bible with them and read the Bibles and knew about what these insanity institutions could do to them and all that. Oh, are you saying? America that is neither Protestant or Catholic or Jew, you have to give me a break. As I understand it, 99% of America was Protestant. And now, it's not a nation that is Protestant. Oh, give me a break,
And where no man is denied public office merely because his religion.
Yeah, well, I think that, why would you be denied public office because you are a Roman papist, under the wings of a foreign power, whatever you say and, try to, flatten it out or whatever, Satan gets his shoe in the door, Yeah, because there was laws against Roman papists. And then he goes further here,
differs from the president who might appoint him, or the people who might elect him.
One of the things that he does very effectively in this speech is to really connect himself to the American experience.
This is the kind of America I fought for in the South Pacific and the kind my brother died for in Europe. No one suggested then that we might have a divided loyalty, that we did not believe in liberty, or that we belonged to a disloyal group that threatened, I quote, the freedoms for which our forefathers died. And in fact, this is the kind of America for which our forefathers did die.
Kennedy is very determined in this speech to let his audience know that this is not just about him, and it's not just about American Catholics. This is an issue that goes to America's deepest ideals.
For while this year it may be a Catholic against whom the finger of suspicion is pointed, in other years it has been, and may someday be again, a Jew, or a Quaker, or a Unitarian, or a Baptist.
There's no doubt.
Yeah, but you know, the history of Roman Catholicism, known by the Protestants, you know, having hundreds and hundreds of years of persecution and the Dark Ages, you know, how long do you want to have the Roman Catholics suppress the people before you acknowledge there's something wrong with the system, you know? That actually it might not be just what is it called, anti-Catholic that it might be actually some validity of not wanting any Roman Catholic in government positions because they knew where this system had dragged the whole of Europe down into the Dark Ages. Not allowing them to read the Bibles, leading them into all these, I'm missing the words, these insanities, but super superstition and worship of Satan instead of God and so forward. It's just, it's like, it is typical Roman Catholics to be slick talking. And I'm tired of it. I'm really tired of it. I might be pretty stingy in some sense and square, but I'm just tired of all these soft lies that people seems to, give me, and it's just all the Catholics.
That line, to many people in this country, also spoke to the civil rights challenges that the country was going through at that same time, and was part of a broader debate about tolerance in America. So the kind of things he was saying then made him a real leader.
If this election is decided on the...
Yeah, how much tolerance had the Roman Catholic Church had in these hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years where it did its wicked deeds against people, Anyway.
That 40 million Americans lost their chance of being president on the day they were baptized.
Yeah, great. Yeah, if they're Roman Catholics, I think that's a pretty good idea. To not let the children of Satan to run any nation, because they will, of course, lead the nation under the wings of the Roman Emperor again. Yeah. If one thing, of course, in regards of being baptized as a Roman Catholic, that's one thing, but you can renounce that. If you renounce that you are Roman, if you renounce that, that no one is saying that you wouldn't be able to renounce Roman Catholicism and then get in a position of government, if you're really sincere in that. But yeah, if you still are considering yourself as a Roman Catholic, yeah, you shouldn't be able to get into office. Of course not. Of course, it totally makes sense, I think. But then he will say, okay, well, 40 million and so forward, and
then it is the whole nation that will be the loser.
Oh, really? Yeah, I think the whole nation might be the loser when the Catholics takes over the whole nation and begins to fix, or actually continue, pull more and more rope, so they can fix the ways of Rome in regards to what to do and what laws and so forward, And then, do you think the Roman Catholic system will, just be sweet, sweet, sweet? Or do you think they will turn back to their ways of persecution as they did in the past and, pretty much still do today, but, in a more visible sense?
In the eyes of Catholics and non-Catholics around the world, in the eyes of history, and in the eyes of our own people.
Yeah, history written by Protestants, for example, would be a very good place to start. Or just actually knowing what the Bible says, That's a very good, thing to call. Of course, the Bible talks about, that the Antichrist will... but that doesn't mean that we cannot, talk, and tell, yet it expose the system, expose the systems that is the system that drags us down, and removes us from the truth to more lies and darkness. Yep. So yeah, I think it's a good idea to pretty much, I think, when you read some Protestant laws and all that in regards of being against Catholics and all that, I think they thought about it. I think they knew a lot of things that we don't know. They had experienced it. They knew history. They knew the Bible. They knew things. They knew that this system was a wicked system, and if they allowed the Roman papers to get their foot in the door, it would begin corrupting it all. And of course, it has. It is in the process of being done to America, or to the U.S., United Nations. Sorry, no, United States. Sorry, not United Nations. Why would the Jesuits use? And it's very smart, I guess, for the Popish Wars to use the Protestants to do them. Then you can kill some Protestants off in the meantime as well. Very smart. I have no idea why the Protestants would send their children into these Popish wars. Popish wars. Why would the Jesuits use their implacable enemy, the Jews, to further their design for world dominion? The Jesuits never do anything out in the open where they can be exposed. If they are recognized as the culprits, they will be blamed and suffer the consequence. But if they can use someone else as the cause of the world's problems, especially an enemy they can destroy in the process, then they have simultaneously accomplished two of their objectives. The Jewish people are the perfect scapegoat. That's exactly what, I really love people speaking the truth and getting them. That's the exact thing that the Jewish people are. And why would they need a scapegoat? Well, because a huge amount of Europe was protesting against them. So you need a scapegoat, don't you? They know from their history. They know the history in regards of what happened, in regards of, Germany and Denmark and England and a lot of other places where they sadly got to, persecute those Protestants and all that. But anyway, you have a huge amount of nations. I think it was around 45% of Europe or something like that went Protestant, or maybe less. But I can't remember the exact numbers. But a huge amount of Europe went Protestants. Maybe it was 35%. I can't remember the exact number. But again, a huge amount of Europe went Protestant. Began reading their Bibles, began finding out, the Bible actually points to, and all this, and it's just wonderful. And people seem to be hungry for the truth, And sadly, it seems like we have pretty much stopped up and gone downhill. The Jewish people are the perfect scapegoat, since the Rothschilds are the Jesuits' agents, operating under a Jewish cover, using them, as to say the Rothschilds, informing the Illuminati back in 1776, effectively throws the onus of this conspiracy on the Jews. Onus. See here. And that's in regards to the Jewish Encyclopedia, that the Rothschilds are the money holders of who? The Vatican. onerous and an onerous or difficult concern, burden,
Onus.
Oh well. The Jewish people are the perfect scapegoat since the Rothschilds are Jesuit agents operating under Jewish cover, using them, as to say the Rothschilds informing the Illuminati back in 1776, effectively throws the onus of this conspiracy on the Jews. The Rothschilds are certainly not the only Jesuit agents that operate under a Jewish front. So, history books will tell us that the French Revolution first began in 1787 or 1789, depending on which book you read. However, it was actually planned by Jesuit Dr. Adam Weishaupt and the House of Rothschild almost 20 years before the revolution took place. William Sutan, author of the New Age movement and Illuminati 666. I think that was something in regards of Adam Weishaupt, that he actually was, in regards to this a Catholic university, was a teacher of canon law or something like that, and that is in regards to the Antichrist thing. Anyway, I might be making some mistake on that. Anyway, just what yeah, I'm trying the best that I can with what I have. They, the Jesuits, have so constantly mixed themselves up in court and state intrigues that they must, in justice, be reproached with striving after world dominion. They cost kings their lives, not on the scaffold, but by assassination. So not by scaffold, but a scaffold. Let's see here. Oh, not hanged or beheaded, okay?
Scaffold.
So they were not hanged or scared. Oh, I guess they will use the poisonous cup that they talk about in the Jesuit order thing, But anyway, but by assassination, okay, that's killing. Of course, JFK was killed, right, in regards of assassination. There's some different people, in regards of why they killed him, but as I understand it, he wouldn't go along with what they wanted him to do. So what do? Well, kill him off. So it's not, I'm not, anyway. And of course I guess they just showed to the whole world that they could pretty much kill off anyone, they wanted. Killing the American president in the daytime, in the in the middle of the wasn't it in the middle of the day? In the middle of the day, in the day of in the daylight, just killing him off, just. And some believe that also Lincoln, that he was also assassinated by, not directly a Jesuit, but that it was the Jesuits that was behind the. In regards to the guy that that killed off, killed him off. Anyway, and equally hurtful as the Society of Illuminati, they were the foremost among the crowd at all events who applauded the murder scenes in Paris during the French Revolution. Hector Macpherson, author of the book of the Jesuit in History. Jesuit Adam Weishaupt established a modern version of the Illuminati specifically to be a front organization behind which the Jesuits could hide, after being formally abolished by the Pope Clement the 14th in 1773. The Jesuits used the Illuminati and some documents in regards to the Illuminati as well, in regards to the Book of Warning, the European nations. That would probably be an interesting book to read. As I understand it, there was a guy, a horseman or something like that had some things, and he was struck by lightning, and the police got, the hands in regards of the documents that apparently survived, and found out about this conspiracy and their plans. Anyway, and then a book was made. The police went to these people, and overall there was a book made, as I understand it. I haven't read it, but that's and then this book was sent out to as a warning to the rest of Europe in regards of these groups or this group in regards of their plans. Anyway, and other organizations to carry out their operations. Thus, the front organizations would be blamed for the trouble caused by the Jesuits. This is Bill Hughes, author of The Secret Terrorist and The Enemy Unmasked. I just heard about something in regards of Bill Hughes. He also uses some sources in regards of Alberto as well. I haven't read his books either, but it seems there might actually be some interesting information that they might be interesting, those books as well. Again, more and so many books are popping up in our, when you really begin to find out and figure out what is going on, and still, I feel like I'm still very far from, I'm getting more of an idea, but still there's all these things, how to get all the pieces together and all that. It's just, there's a lot of things going on out there in the world, and Satan is very good to hide what they are doing. And, anyway. The following sources, and the thing is, when people like in Denmark are not aware of these things and not trying to uphold truth, and we lose the information, it takes longer to actually get the information again than to just uphold the truth. And when we have lost so much truth, and you need to try to figure out what is actually the truth of the matter, what is true and what is lies and all that, you might need to use a lot of time actually figuring things out. The following sources, and that's actually why old books are pretty good, because they knew things at that time. Anyway, the following sources, Bill Hughes lists a number of books in the later paragraph, indicates that Jesuit Adam Weishaupt and the Rothschilds were the brains and the wealth behind the French Revolution. Bill Hughes, from his book The Enemy Unmasked. Again, might be some interesting books in regards to that. The Jesuits, Jesuit Adam Weishaupt and the Rothschild, managed to cast the blame for the French Revolution on their front organization, the Illuminati. Bill Hughes, from his book The Enemy Unmasked. For over 200 years, the goal for the Jesuits has been the complete destruction of the United States Constitution in the religious arena. The goal of the Jesuits is to wipe out any trace of Protestantism and other religions, and to restore the worldwide domination by the Pope. But again, if you look at history in regards of the United States Constitution, in the beginning, it would have been a wonderful thing, as I understand it, for the Roman Catholics, because the Roman Catholic was not allowed before that to teach their children in regards to Roman Catholicism, as I understand it, and they were not allowed to keep the mass and so forward. So again, it would have been a positive thing for the Roman Catholics. And a step in the wrong direction for, there's like 8. Oh, I wonder why I have 8, like, or maybe my post is posted on, that would of course be interesting. Actually, that would be interesting if they didn't censor the post, I'm used to being censored so much anyway, so, let's see if it is in regards of posting. No. No idea why. Apparently a thumbs up for something. Plain truth. No idea. Anyway, I'll take a look at it later. But of course, I've tried to post a post in regards of, on a place where I'm not sure if they will actually allow it. But it would show me, if they wouldn't allow it, that would be interesting as well, because it would just show me that that might be a problem. So, anyway. I'm trying to figure out things, because we know there's controlled opposition, and they seem to control, when you have two horses in the game, and the two horses, what's it called? When the same owner owns the same two horses, it doesn't matter which horse wins, If it's, the guy that owns them will still, win. It doesn't matter if it's the right horse or the left horse, if it's the black horse or the white horse. If it's you get the point, I guess, If it's the red horse or the blue horse, it doesn't matter if both horses are owned by the same. You see, in regards to the United States, you had two presidents, at some point, and they were both skull and bones. Both of them was skull and bones. And both of them was asked about them. As I understand it, the guy that actually asked them about it died. Might have been poisoned, actually. By the Jesuits, who knows? Anyway, wouldn't be a surprise, beginning to, and he was actually a Catholic, as I understand it. But he might have been asking some questions that they did not like him asking. Exposing these presidents on television in regards of skull and bones. Anyway, both of these guys, both of them, it didn't matter which horse you were going to vote in, because they're both skull and bones. I think it's pretty interesting that both of them were. No, anyway. American Secrecy of the Navy, R.W. Thompson, pinpointed exactly who would be the agents used by the monarchs of Europe to destroy the Republic of America, namely the Jesuits of Rome. Oh, that's the Jesuits again. Who knows who the Jesuits is in our days? Seems like no one, nearly. Since 1815, there has been a continual assault on America by the Jesuits to try to destroy the constitutional rights of this great nation. The famous, if you can go from one step, having, not having Roman Catholicism illegal, and go to, a second step, and then you can take it from that step to the step of actually Roman Catholicism taking over. You see, that's just going in the wrong direction. You should never, it doesn't matter how many Catholics there is in, even if there, I don't know how many Catholics there is in the American, but in any case, you shouldn't allow them in government positions. That's just, we'll go in the wrong direction, If they are clearly Roman Catholics, you should be able to discern that this is a no-go. That you shouldn't vote someone that is a clearly Roman Catholic, And then, of course, there's all the those that is, saying they're Protestants, but actually they're Roman Catholics and all that, still working for Rome and all that. But anyway, you have a lot of infiltration and all that. Read the Jesuit oath in regards to that. So, since 1550, let's try that again. American Secrecy of the Navy, R.W. Thompson pinpointed exactly who would be the agents used by the monarchs of Europe to destroy the Republic of America, namely the Jesuits of Rome. Since they even called the Jesuits of Rome. Since 1815, there has been a continual assault on America by the Jesuits to try to destroy the constitutional rights of this great nation. Actually, it seems if you actually see Americans trying to use their constitutional rights, it seems there's pretty much attack on that, now, in America. So you see, they take a step and a step and a step, and little by little, Satan takes, the rights of the people, and puts in his, Yeah, anyway, the famous inventor of the Morse code, Samuel B. Morse, also wrote of this sinister plot of the Jesuits against the United States. Bill Hughes, from his book, The Secret Terrorist, seems like this Bill Hughes might have some, again, when you get into this material and begin to find out more about the topic, these people are then linking to other people that also is in regards of, providing information, and thereby it is helpful, but again, you still have to be careful, because we also know there's Jesuits out there, and some of these Satan soldiers are some of the most educated people in the world, I think, as far as I can see. But they're working for the wrong side, By 1815, the Jesuits, it is known through their agents, the Rothschild, had complete control over England. If a leader did not do as he was told, money would be used to kill, smear, and editor's note, character assassination is a favorite tactic of the Jesuit. Destroy, blackmail, or just drive him from office. Was what was done in England is being done in many countries today. Bill Hughes, from his book The Enemy Unmasked. And you also begin to see a pattern in regards to this, and how they get information about them removed, like Keith Green. I'm thinking they might have contacted his wife after he died and, gotten her into stopping, selling the Catholic Chronicles by Keith Green, but you can get it on the internet, because we have the internet, and if, just someone, And I saw a letter to this former Catholic that wanted to buy more of these to hand out to his, Catholics, because he thought they were pretty good, And I think that was actually what he was saved by, was reading these, Catholic Chronicles of Keith Green. It was like small booklets. And Keith Green was absolutely a brother. Now again, he had some issues here and there, but he was absolutely a brother. I would not question that Keith Green was a brother. He was. It's just so obvious. On how he. I think it's very obvious that he must have been a brother in Christ. Anyway, I would. I don't think there was any chance that he would have been a Jesuit in any way or whatever. He. And a lot of things, it seems that he went through, in regards of being in Satan's candy store, in regards of some new way. He has a book, and I read a little bit of his book, and some of the things that he, experienced is just, at some point I need to read that book. There's a lot of books I would like to read. Of course, the Bible is the most important thing to read, so again, but... Yeah, I can really feel that guy in regards to some of his things. So, and in regards of seeing that his friend went in, this guy that know him went into Roman Catholicism, and I could really, and he's talking about how Keith Green was reacting. I can really understand that. If you have a friend that why would you go into Roman Catholicism? Anyway. And he also made some pretty good music as well. Actually, pretty nice music that. Anyway. Any case. Let's see. What was it? But anyway, you can look up the Catholic Chronicles. He exposes the cookie Jesus as well, and in regards of the Council of Trent, in regards of all these curses that is put on Protestants, that don't believe as the Catholic Church, I have no idea how many curses I have from the Roman Catholic Church, but it could be interesting to collect them all and see how many times, that I've been cursed by this insane asylum, power hungry, insane, There's a lot. I guess one curse might be enough to call me a heretic, right? So, but it would be interesting to see. Anyway, one of them, I've heard something about that there's over 100 curses in the Council of Trent document, but I haven't read it all. I haven't read the document, So it's just, it's just, you can waste a lot of time on things, and you have to, life is short, and you have to, figure out what am I going to use that time on. One of the major purposes of the Jesuits was to destroy every trace of Protestantism and its principles, including religious freedom, republicanism, representative government, and, but in regards to religious freedom, Protestantism, in regards to, it wasn't really totally religious freedom. It was Christian faith in regards to the Bible, because, if you stand at the day of judgment and say to God, well, I proclaim religious freedom, that's not really going to change the fact that you are going to be thrown in the lake of fire then to the second death, You can't, I proclaim religious freedom. That's not going to work, It's just not going to work. Anyway, republicanism, representative government, and an economy built around a strong middle class. Another purpose of the Jesuits was to greatly expand the power and control of the papacy throughout the entire world. Bill Hughes, from his book, The Enemy Unmasked. Some pretty good quotes from his book, Might be some interesting books too. Oh yeah, he's on this a radio show, I think it is. It must be a radio show. And he's talking about his book, and he's talking about that they sent his book out, to different people, and he said that, at least one of the times he got the book back where it was totally shredded, and and there was stickers on the book saying that you're next, So someone was apparently pretty angry about the book. Oh, but that I guess demonic rage, So yeah, but he's also using sources of Alberto Rivera, which is interesting as well. Of course, again, these people that do research, they might have verified a lot of things that Alberto actually taught. Eric Phelps is also using Alberto as a pretty valid source. So we have people using Alberto, and again, when you find out things that is actually, Anyway, it really valifies Alberto when you find out that he was telling a huge amount of truth. When people say he's a fake and he wasn't a priest and all that, well, how did he know all these things, if you're going to be a fraud and all that, you really have to do a lot of studies to know all these things that he knew, So, yeah. During this Congress of Verona, Italy in 1822, it was decided that America would be the target of Jesuit emissaries, and that America was to be destroyed at all costs. Every principle of the U.S. Constitution was to be dissolved, and the new Jesuitical principles were to be put into place in order to exalt the papacy to dominion in America. Bill Hughes, from his book The Secret Terrorist. Man, it sounds, as I understand it, America has like 50% of the Catholic teaching places in the world or something like that. I think that was something in regards to the Jesuitical teaching thing. It was like 15%. I think that was Eric Phelps that talks something about that. And yeah, when you have a lot of numbers and all that, you sometimes make mistakes. But I see Eric Phelps sometimes making a mistake in regards of a number or something like that. But that's not to say that he's that when you have think about how much that guy needs to remember. He has, he knows so many things, in regards of persons and numbers and this and that. So, if someone, if he makes a mistake like here and there or whatever, it's that might not be on, he might be trying the best that he can do. I don't know. Anyway, now there are some other things in regards to the flat earth that I don't agree with him, and in regards to the 70 weeks of Daniel, I think some problems and all that. But anyway, these three meetings at Vienna, Austria in 1814 to 15, Verona. Again, you can always find issues with people, but that doesn't mean they're not brothers and sisters in Christ. We are all on different levels in regards of disciples. We are disciples of Jesus Christ, and we are on different levels in regards of, and we just have to try to help each other to grow. So, but then of course we know there are wolves in sheep clothing out there as well, that intentionally tries to deceive us and lead us astray. So we have to be careful, Anyway, but just because someone is wrong in something doesn't mean that they are not. They might just have been led astray for a time in this doctrine or another doctrine. I've been, I tried it myself, and it's probably, well, who knows if it's happening again, at some point. But I know I've been taking down roads which was wrong. And I thought it was true. But, for example, in regards of Islam and all that. And who led me astray? Well, a Roman Catholic. Now, of course, I didn't know he was a Roman Catholic. But then, after a while, when I found out that this guy was totally off the, that it was totally... and later on, then finding, he's a Roman Catholic. And knowing, growing. And it's like, then this makes totally sense, So anyway, these three meetings at Vienna, Austria in 1814 to 15, Verona, Italy in 1822, and Terrera, Italy in 1825, were held with so much secrecy as possible. However, one man attended the first two meetings that would not be silenced. British Foreign Minister George Canning contacted the US government to warn them that the monarchs of Europe, editor's note, with the encouragement and support of the papacy and its Jesuits, were planning to destroy the free institutions of America. Bill Hughes, from his book The Secret Terrorist. There's also a book where the Jesuits apparently is holding a meeting in I guess a Roman Catholic place in regards of monks or something, whatever, and this guy, apparently he can hear what they are saying, but he's not sitting in the room, and he's taking notes of all the things that they're saying, and then he made a book of it. I think he was a monk or something like that. I can't remember the name of the book, but that has, in regards to the plans and so forward, also just one of many books, But again, that might also be some interesting reading and all that. But again, if all these things were just a conspiracy, a lot of people out there would then be, writing book. Yeah, it seems insane, I think there was an author that talked about, in the past, that talked about how many books have actually been written about the Jesuits. And it was around 6,000. And that was like against, exposing them, as I understand it. But then they talked about that would be necessary to always read new, or write new books about about the Jesuits, because they're already, they're working, and they're still working and so forward. Yet it seems like the world has pretty much don't know anything about them in our days. And I guess the whole system is getting closer to this new world order. Yeah, it's incredible how we have just lost so much truth. It's just incredible. So incredible that we would be so careless not to care about it and lose it all. The Monroe, well, let's get further here. The Monroe Doctrine was Americans' response to the Jesuit congresses of Vienna in 1814 to 15 and Verona in 1825. America would consider it an act of war if any European nation sought colonial expansion in the Western Hemisphere. The Jesuits have been able secretly to attack and infiltrate America to accomplish exactly what the Monroe Doctrine was stated to protect against. The Jesuits, have been able to get away with it because it was done with the utmost secrecy and under the facade of being a church, or the facade of being a church. The Monroe Doctrine challenged any advance on America by Europe. However, President Monroe did not really understand that the crafty Jesuits would not initially use the force of arms to gain their objectives. The Jesuits, would use cunning, craftiness, and utmost secrecy. They would appeal to men's basest points. They would plant their agents in positions of wealth and power. Editor's notes, such as in the U.S. Congress and in the U.S. intelligence agencies, and then use their influences to gain their great prize. The subversion and destruction of every Protestant principle as outlined in the Constitution of the United States. Bill Hughes from his book, The Secret Terrorist. So, let's see here. See bases, the points. Let's see if we can copy and look at serving as or forming a base. Okay. Not adhering to ethical or moral principles, yeah. And I guess you could probably always find someone that don't really care about ethical and this and that. And if they get some money, they will do, and power and so forward, and and maybe some fame and as well. They will do whatever, that's in regards to the idea of evolution, right? As long as you can get, food on the table, and the strongest survives, and blah blah blah. The whole idea, if you believe in evolution, is just that makes your view of it all, right? So and you could easily use that as to a defense, as I'm just doing this and that. Well, the strongest survive. So if I need to deceive and lie and and do some wicked things, okay, as long as I get food on the table and then everything is okay apparently, right? And that's totally it's sad. The Jesuits function like the papacy's secret worldwide police. They are very secret, and again, if the SS was based on the blueprint of the Jesuits, well, I guess you could just study a little in regards of the SS, or get into the SS, and then see the parables in regards of you might learn something in regards to the Jesuit order then by again, if it was the blueprint, used. Think about it. These people have skulls, as symbols. And of course, if you know a little about the Roman Catholic Church, they love death, Of course, it's the religion of death compared to the religion of life. So I guess that makes sense. They are very secretive and go to great lengths to keep their operations secret. They tell no one that they are Jesuits. To all outside appearances, they appear as normal people. Bill Hughes from his book, The Secret Terrorist. I do wonder how many Jesuits we actually have in Denmark, you know. At least we have some that is out in the open, but you know, who knows how many we actually have in secret, you know. U.S. President James Buchanan was poisoned in 1857 and almost died. Well, that's the poisonous cup of the Jesuits, I guess. He left because he knew that he had been given arsenic poisoning and so informed his doctors. He knew that the Jesuit had poisoned President Harrison and Taylor with arsenic. Oh. So... yeah, wasn't that actually in regards of other presidents that actually was killed by... so if they killed JFK because he didn't do what, you know, whatever, and if they killed... oh, what's he called? Lincoln as well, and killed others by poison as well, well then, you know, yeah, he knew that the Jesuit had poisoned presidents Harrison and Taylor with arsenic. Okay. So the US President James Buchanan was poisoned in 1857 and almost died. He lived because he knew that he had been given arsenic poisoning and so informed his doctors. He knew that the Jesuit had poisoned President Harrison and Taylor with arsenic. Arsenic, okay. Uh-huh. Okay, atomic number 33. Okay. And it would be interesting to look up Harrison and Taylor in regards of the poisoning thing and all that. The Jesuit order fulfilled their oath again that they would poison, kill, or do whatever was necessary to remove those who opposed their plans. From 1841 to 1857, we saw that 3 US presidents were attacked by the Jesuits as outlined in the Congress of Vienna. Ravona and Chieri. 2 died and 1 barely escaped death. They, the Jesuit, allowed nothing to stand in the way of total domination of America and destruction of the US Constitution. That's interesting. I guess we'll just take that quote. Oh, it's just, you know, that's interesting, you know, if they can kill off presidents without, you know, it's just incredible demonic. You know, think about it. If they actually killed off these 2 presidents, and they also killed Lincoln, and they killed, you know, what's it called, Kennedy as well. That's at least 4 presidents that has been assassinated by them. You know, that's pretty, you know. I think that would be pretty much showing who the enemy is, you know. Who's the enemy of, you know, yeah, well, there's a lot more in regards of the, I have no idea what, okay. See that? This is pretty good. Okay, U.S. President James Buchanan was poisoned in 1830. Yeah. Okay, let's go back. Bum 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 bum. Yep. I wonder who this, you know, I don't know much about Bill Hughes, you know. The The Rothschilds were Jesuits who used their Jewish background as a facade to cover their sinister activities. The Jesuits, working through Rothschild and financier Nicholas Biddle, sought to gain control of the banking system of the United States. Well, let's just put that up as well, because a lot of people, will always give the Jews I guess the guy on this website also put, some of these up too. But again, you begin to see, when you research these things, you get to see a pattern. And also, you get more experience in regards of and find out, well, this is actually true, and you see the same pattern, and yeah. So you begin to get more of an idea what is actually true and what is not. Okay. It would seem that the Jesuit it would seem that the Jesuits had it in mind from the beginning of the war, the American Civil War of 1861 to 1865, to find an occasion for the taking off the assassination of Mr. Abraham Lincoln. Thomas M. Harris, U.S. Army Brigadier General, author of the book Rome's Responsibility for the Assassination of Abraham Lincoln. Okay. The favorite policy of the Jesuit is that of assassination. Brigadier General Thomas M. Harris. Okay, the organization of the Roman Catholic hierarchy is a complete military despotism, of which the Pope is the ostensible, apparent seeming head, but of which the Black Pope, editor note, the superior general of the Jesuits, is the real head. The Black Pope is the head of the order of the Jesuits and is called a general. The superior general, he not only has command of his own order, but also direct and controls the general policy of the Roman Catholic Church. He, the Black Pope, is the power behind the throne and is the real potential head of the hierarchy. The whole machine is under the strictest rules of military discipline. The whole thought and will of this machine to plan, propose, and execute is found in its head. It's very interesting. I remember actually when I was in my youth, and I was on this website in regards of, files or something. I was very, very disappointed. Anyway, there is no independence of thought or of action in its subordinate part. Implicit and unquestioning obedience to the orders of superiors in authority is the sworn duty of the priesthood of every grade. Brigadier General Thomas M. Harris. Okay, Jesuit trained Illuminist Adam Weishaupt the success in forcing the Vatican to re-establish the abolished Jesuit order. Editor note, it had been abolished in 1773 by Pope Clement XIV. True revival of the Church, original Nazarene communism in the form of present-day communism led to the conspiracy control by the Society of Jesus, the Jesuit. I'm not sure I understand this. True revival of the Church, original Nazarene communism in the form of present-day communism led to the conspiracies controlled by the Society of Jesus. I'm not sure how that, in the way of communism, because in regards of nowadays, present-day communism, as I understand it, is based on evolution, according to Kent Hovind anyway, that when he talked about it, and not in regards of creationism, which makes a huge difference in regards of how you look at things, So the foundation, as I understand it, by what we know as communism by today, is based on evolution, and the communism they had in the church at the beginning was based on the Bible, in regards of creationism. So again, you have a whole nother viewpoint of, so I don't know if it, anyways. Wherever a totalitarian movement erupts, whether communist or Nazi, a Jesuit can be found in the role of advisor or leader. In communist Cuba, so-called Father Armando Lorenta, and in Argentina, neo-Nazis are led by so-called Father Menvilla. Emmanuel M. Josephson, 1968. Today, the Jesuits, are stronger in the United States than they ever were in any other. That they were in any of the countries of Europe, which expelled them as the menace to the government. 1912, Jeremiah J. Crowley. Above all things, Jesuits are confessors. Their services unto the royalty were urged as a need, as they became assigned to hear the confessions of the aristocrats, emperors, kings, queens, princes, princesses, royal mistresses, those in every level of government. They all revealed their secret plans, their intimate sins, their innermost thoughts, as their lives became virtually an open book to the Jesuits. Through various means of diplomacy, Jesuits worked their way into offices of state, climbing up to be the counselors of kings and shaping the policy of nations. But it was religion and its sacred duties of hearing the confessions of their penitents and being their religious wise guides that was the key to their success. Without the need of a religious confessor, the history of the Jesuits may have been quite different, and the Jesuits made very sure that it was they who filled the need as confessors. It's a note, especially to the rich and power elite. Instead of the other orders of priests, by providing a most attractive policy of leniency as an enticement for their penitents. Okay. Can I actually... Oh, come on. Apparently had some problems in regards of, just... yeah, don't expect things to work, There we go. Mercifulness.
Leniency.
As a consequence of being lenient or tolerant. Lightening a penalty or accusing from a child. Well, I guess they can get absolution quickly from the Jesuits if they've done something wrong or whatever. An enticement for their penitents. John Daniel authored the book The Grand Design Exposed. Isn't that the guy that actually have a webpage, maybe? I think he has a webpage. Oh, that one push the share button. Nope. I think it might be the one that has a web page in regards of, I found a lot of web pages and this and that. I actually have a lot of. It's interesting, to find people that's at least have information on these things. which is not talked so much about. At least, okay, here we go. Yeah, it's John Daniel. So at least I've heard a little about John Daniel, and he goes into carol a lot in regards of a Catholic carol thing. The Grand Design Exposed, John Daniel paperback. What is this? This is the grand. Okay, yeah, this is from him. Okay. So seawaves.us. Seawaves. I think that is actually the webpage of Tom. I think Tom Fresh, or maybe at least he has. Welcome to Vatican Design Exposed. My name is John Daniel, and I am the sole creator and publisher of this website. Okay. In regards of amazing discoveries, isn't that an SDA site? That's weird. Apparently it downloaded something now instead of... Or maybe it's a book. I don't know. Let's try to push. Nice download of this site. Oh well. I guess I'll look at it. John Daniel is the author of 10 books of essays, memoirs, poetry, and fiction. Maybe that's not the guy. The Grand Design book is a popular... No, that's not it. The Grand Design Exposed. So I guess there's more books of the same name or what? Let's see. Now World Order. Yep. That seems to be a guy that that is, this is not in regards of fictive things, and he has the 666 fixed into it, and the pyramid with the capstone. Like you see the pyramid without where the capstone is not put on in regards to the $1 bill. So yeah, it's kind of expensive. $135. That's a lot. Same thing with Eric Phelps. If you want it in a I've seen gigantic what's called gigantic prices. I do wonder in regards to the sun here, in regards to the Grand Design here. Might be something in regards to Roman Catholicism. Who knows? No. That's just poet. Yeah, whatever. That's not the thing we want. We traces the history of Illuminati-controlled Freemasonry and alliance with the Vatican in its effort to control the world. The book is written from a Protestant standpoint. Way, yippee! That's what we like. So, and I was listening to him in regards of, I think Jörg was on his broadcast as well, and there was another guy as well, and they were talking about at least 3. I don't know if that was there more. I think there was 3 at least. But there was at least 3. I'm not sure if there actually was one more, but they were talking about this thing in regards of this, what was it called, in regards to the laws of and yeah, what was it called, the guy that I mentioned just before. A great book. John tells the truth of who the biblical Antichrist is and their plans for world domination. Inquisition update. Yep. In checking to see whether this book is listed by Amazon, I'm amazed at how valuable it is. I've had a copy on my bookshelf for several years. And just this week, something made me pull it off and read it. It's a keeper. I consider it a very valuable synopsis of the history from several centuries back to the early history of our country. Mr. Daniel identifies the very same evil forces that have worked behind the scenes to foment problems culminating in both the French Revolution and the American Revolution, which surprisingly were connected. Where else have you read that fact? Which surprisingly were connected. Where else have you read that fact? There's question mark. The information he revealed is not that we have read in our The information he revealed is not what we have read in our history books, which at most gave us just a few lines. The information has been suppressed in the history books. I feel so much educated having read Mr. Daniel's book. He gives an absolute incredible account of the causes for the revolutions and other wars. In the back of the book are many pages of references so the reader can check out any point he may question and so forth. Anyway, so yeah, okay, so you get into these. The author points out that these evil forces, the grand design, working behind all this past history, are still at work, patiently waiting for the time soon to come when it will control us, working in concert with the New World Order. I think they actually already control us on many different points. Now, of course, we actually might still have more freedom than many people in the world, here in the Western world. Let's see here. However, he points out that God is still in control, and although the future looks grim, there is still hope for those who love and choose to follow him. Yeah, there's still hope for those who follow him, because God wins, Satan loses. That's the whole idea, It does, even if we lose, we will win. It's just, we can't lose, pretty much. Of course, Satan can take off all, can try to pull us off Jesus, but, God wins, It doesn't matter how grim it actually looks, God wins in the end, So yeah, okay, John Daniel, apparently there's the other the guy that, and I know, I saw that they had, Tom Fresh and John Daniel had some dispute, apparently. I just, somewhat, I don't understand, it's, in regards to wasting time on these disputes, why not just, why not just pull forward, There's billions of people out there that is in need of the truth. So all these, infights, it's just not going to help anyone. Now, of course, people can, in regards to opinions and all of that, and, but yeah, in regards of finding out things, talking to each other and all that, but, yeah, but these infights won't help much, in regards. One thing is to talk about things, another thing is to, have all these infights. But they do, they do bring some really good information. Tom Fresh is reading Protestant books, and he talked in one of the programs. He talked about he had 400 books laying, that he needed to get through. Oh, yeah, he didn't think he would get through them all before he died, but that's 400 books of Protestant books, and he's reading Protestant books to show what the Protestant believed. So when he talks, that it's not like when he says something, because people don't believe him, as and yeah, people don't know anything in our days, and so he's reading these Protestant books to show what the Protestants actually believe. So people can say, well, this sounds, you're inventing this, or you're making this up and all that, So he has been, I don't know how many books he actually have read on air, but of course I don't like the advertising and all that. But the two books that I started hearing from him was without advertising, and that was from Jörg. which is called Joggler 66. I'm not sure the name is that good to use, but anyway, I don't like the 66, in regards to. Anyway, but anyway, Joggler 66 is also making some great stuff as well, and he's also reading books, so, and doing research in regards to, and growing. We're all trying to grow, So when people are doing all these infights and using a lot of energy, it's the same thing with the Eucharist, I've read the New Testament. I think it's pretty clear that in regards to breaking the bread and drinking the wine, that it's symbolic. And then I go back in regards to the Protestants, and I just see all these fights or all this energy used on this doctrine of the Eucharist thing and the cookie Jesus and all that. And I'm like, okay, it was a big subject apparently in regards to the Reformation. But I think it's pretty clear it was symbolic, and I just sad to see how much energy that people use. Now, of course, we can use it we can look back and see that and use it. What is interesting with the beginning of the Reformation in the 16th century is that the Roman Catholic Church still have a lot of these false doctrines that they had 500 years ago, nearly 500 years ago. So a lot of the things that we don't know and all that, and they already have a lot of information on in 500 years ago. Anyway, in the agreement to rescue Rome, as to say the Roman Catholic Church hierarchy, from the predicament of losing its world control to Protestantism, and to preserve the spiritual and temporal supremacy with the popes, had absorbed during the Middle Ages. Rome now sold the Roman Catholic Church to the Society of Jesus, as to say the Jesuits. In essence, the Pope surrendered themselves into their hands. John Daniel. But it was still the Pope that needed to verify the order, So, what was it I was thinking about? I think I lost it again. So many things. Thinking. That was something I wanted to oh yeah. It seems like these schools that they have, these learning institutions, are using the principles of Loyola. Like in Denmark, for example, we only have, as I understand it, one, and we have one in Copenhagen. I think there's something in Aarhus as well. And then they talk about 2 private schools. It's on that webpage and all that. So they're pretty much out in the open on that. I just still don't know how things are connected, who actually are. I would think that it might go back to Sweden, actually, in regards of their mainstay, and from Sweden to Rome. I'm not entirely sure. I'm just guessing, I don't know. I don't have much data points with here in Denmark, and I haven't really done much research on it, but some, I guess, the powers that is behind it all is hiding pretty good, in the dark. But of course, if some Danish people or Swedish people or whatever, that know things, or new things began to come forward on it, it will help. It would help the people to see, what was actually going on. And I don't think we really see that. There must be some of the politicians must be, if not most of them, I don't know, but some of them at least must be, and we know that some of the prime ministers of, in regards to Bilderberg, if I remember correctly, and so forward. So they are in this, anyway, whatever. But still, you still only see the outer surface, I can't really, it's it's a closed knot in some sense. I haven't broken that knot to begin to find out and figure out totally how it all gets together here in Denmark. But again, we do have Jesuits, we have Freemasons, we also have B'nai B'rith, and we have problems with the network connection again. Funny enough. At least it complains about, why would it complain? It's been running, I've sitting the exact same place. Yeah, 2 seconds. Well, a little more than 2 seconds. 2 minutes. Getting back to things here, and I'll go on the other network again. Okay, back to things here. Should be running again. So, in essence, the Pope surrendered themselves into their hands. Parson in 1580 had led and then later organized a mission to bring other Jesuits into England to engage in a work of subversion. When the attempted invasion by the Spanish Armada failed, these masters of intrigue, as to say the Jesuits, turned to another bizarre scheme known in your encyclopedia under the subject the Gunpowder Plot. That is in regards to the Jesuit mask, by the way, of Guy Fawkes. Why would anyone run around with a Guy Fawkes mask, Anyway, I have no idea why the truth movement, so-called, truth movement, seems to be more like an infiltrated movement, would ever hide behind a mask. I didn't know in regards to the Guy Fawkes things and all that at that time when I was in the truth movement. Looking for truth as many others, and trying to figure out what was going on and all that. And then they began to use these masks. It's like demonic, it seems very demonic in appearance and, but besides that, they began to hide behind this mask. And I was like, truth does not hide behind the mask. That is just totally, so I was somewhat, began to leave the essence of, I couldn't see this. Why would you use a symbol like that for truth? There's a truth movement. Why do you then hide behind a mask? That doesn't make sense. And then, of course, later on, I find out in regards of Guy Fawkes, what he was actually about, that he was, in regards of blowing up the Protestant Parliament. why would I walk around with a mask representing that? That's just insane. Anyway, so known in your encyclopedia under the subject, the gunpowder plot, 13 Catholic noblemen and 5 Jesuits formed a conspiracy devising a plot to explode 36 barrels of gunpowder in a cellar of the House of Lords and kill King James I and members of the House of Commons as they assembled for the opening of Parliament on 5th November 1605. Their plan was to blow up the Parliament building and out of the chaos incite the people into a full insurrection. But before the date, as to say, the basement full of explosives was to be detonated, the explosives were discovered, leading to the arrest of all those involved. ... Of the 5 Jesuits involved, 2 escaped, 1 died in prison, and 2 were convicted and executed. John Daniel. And I've actually seen one of these, these world organizations against this and that use this story to say that, these were, using, what do you call it? Torture, because, I can't remember how many of them was tortured, but I think they tortured at least 1 guy to get information out from him, because they were going to blow up the Parliament. And I remember on Facebook, and there's one of these big organizations, and also there are 3 things that are problem with this organization I found. How was it called? I can't remember, but they use this example of, in regards to torture is bad and all that. Sure, torture is bad, but they never mention anything about what these guys were going to do. They never mentioned that they had, they were actually, in regards to blowing up the Parliament, the Protestant Parliament. So yeah, one of them was, at least one of them, I think it was actually Guy Fawkes, that was tortured to get the information out of him in regards of what was going on. And they show it like it was like that he was like totally innocent or something like that, we're talking about blowing up the whole Parliament, with the king and all the it's just incredible. So these people were not totally innocent, The 30-year war, 1680 to 1648, was a series of conflicts. And it's just interesting, by the way, that this institution would use that example, to use the example of Guy Fawkes and all that in regards of torture. Might not be the best example to use, Maybe they should have shown some of those things that the Roman Catholic did, in regards of torturing real Christians, and so forward. But no, of course not. We'll take that in regards of these, these Roman Catholics wanting to blow up the Roman, Parliament, It's just, yeah. Anyway, the 30-year war, 1618 to 1648, was a series of conflicts that became the last great struggle of religious wars in Europe. It was fought almost exclusively on German soil, but before the war ended, it involved most of the nations of Europe. The underlying cause of the war was the deep-seated hostility between the German Protestants and German Catholics, with the Jesuits and Cardinal Richelieu, who was the real ruler of France, fanning the fires to accomplish their ends. Fanning? Strike out? Agitate? Anyway. Was John Daniel that guy with yeah, that was John Daniel, okay. See here. Next one here, the Roman Catholic Church to rule the world, the white pope to rule the church, and the Jesuits, editor note, headed by the black pope, the Jesuit superior general, to rule the white pope. Such was and is the program of the order, as to say the Society of Jesus, as to say the Jesuit order. Okay, let's see here. The sixth and last event to be considered is the barbarous Irish massacre, with its 23 October 1641 launching date, the date that also celebrates the Catholic feast of Ignatius Loyola, the founder of the Jesuit. And they actually have sainted this guy, you know. They have to be, it's just, you know, some of these people they so-called saint because, you know, Catholics apparently believe that the church have the authority to, you know, to saint people, who is saints and who is not. Well, the Bible says the saints are those being persecuted by the whole. You know, it's not up to the Antichrist to choose who the saints are. So anyway, it's just, but apparently I've sainted, Ignatius Loyola with all his spiritual mysticism things, and Again, the plot is instigated by the Jesuits, priests, and friars who excite the ignorant Irish Catholic people to a frenzy to commit the most unheard of cruelties. In faraway France, Cardinal Richelieu, the French minister, had promised the Irish Catholic conspirators a considerable supply of men and money. In one stroke, Catholics rose up against their peaceful and unsuspecting Protestant neighbors and spared no age, no sex, nor condition, led on and declared by their fanatical priestly leaders that no Protestant should be suffered to live any longer among them, adding that it was no more sin to kill a Protestant than to kill a dog, and that the relieving of protecting them was a crime of the most unpardonable nature. By the way, this is not, I remember a quote actually in regards of, let's try, where they, one quotes that it's sad that the Roman Catholics are not more like they were in the past in regards of, blood hungry, so we could have more, blood, let's try it. So this is not really it's not a surprise at all. The sixth, you get more data points as you study these things. There's a huge amount of data points out there because it's so demonic, this system. And to call itself Christian is just outrageous. The sixth and last event to be considered is the barbarous Irish massacre, which its 23rd October 1641 launching date, the date that also celebrates the Catholic feast of Ignatius Loyola, founder of the Jesuits. Okay. Again, the plot is instigated by the Jesuits, priests, and friars. And we also see in regards of, by the way, what was that? Histashi, where they are doing wicked things again as well. Who excite the in regards of World War II, I think it is, and they also use the red lines as far as I can see in regards of information. But anyway, who excite the ignorant Irish Catholic people to a frenzy to commit the most unheard of cruelties. And, well, I guess in regards of unheard, you have one story after another in regards of Roman Catholics murdering Christians. So, anyway, the most unheard of cruelties. In faraway France, Cardinal Richelieu, the French minister, had promised the Irish Catholic conspirators a considerable supply of men and money in In one stroke, Catholics rose up against their peaceful and unsuspecting Protestant neighbors, and spared no age, no sex, nor condition. Unsuspecting Protestants. There's, I guess we in our days are unsuspecting. I'm not sure if we can call ourselves Protestants in regards of, because people don't know who they are protesting, and but anyway, so they rose up against their peaceful and unsuspecting Protestants neighbors, and spared no age, no sex, nor condition. You think in our days that will change at the point where the whore gets its chance, it will, destroy us. It will murder us. Anyway, so if we're not going to uphold truth, it will come, at some point, Anyway, led on and declared by their fanatical priestly leaders. We have to remember that not all people are like, you think about, I think that all people like me, that, in regards of, I'm thinking, all, people want to pretty much do good, right? Just, they might not, they might do, we're all bad people, but in essence, you still want truth and all that. They, and not lying and deceiving and all that, but willingly wanting to have more truth, But there's people out there that just wants to, worship Satan, and they don't care. I don't know how how people can be so, how they can even if they know they're worshiping the devil and doing the devil's work, and yet not thinking a little more over it. One thing is to be deceived, right? Another thing is to totally do it, to just, hate God so much, so you have no problem working with the devil. It seems totally outrageous, right? But apparently there's people out there that, have no problem with that. Anyway, led on and declared by the fanatical priestly leaders that no Protestant should be suffered to live any longer among them, adding that it was no more sin to kill a Protestant than to kill a dog, and that the relieving or protecting them was a crime of the most unpardonable nature. The onslaught raged on, and when it had run its course, 150,000 Protestants lay mutilated, butchered, and dead. For the unbiased researcher, and that's the thing with the Roman Catholics. The Roman Catholics, they will look at this and they will just say, "Oh, it's just propaganda. It's just anti-Catholic. It's just propaganda. It's just made up and so forward. And they it's just incredible to see these people how they, Anyway, for the unbiased researcher, history reeks of the butchery of Romanism, where whole cities and populations were unmercifully wiped out just because they worshipped God in a manner that was different from Roman Catholicism. And you can find example after example. This is not a surprise at all. There's not anything new in some sense. You can find story after story of these butchering people. Because they don't believe in the cookie god or, whatever. Well, let's just kill them off, right? It's just incredible. It has nothing to do with Christianity. And if people don't speak up about these things, people tend to forget, and then the Christians are running home or running back to the pagan institution, this deceptive, satanic institution. Maybe I should check my Facebook. You never know who, if someone is deleting things or whatever in regards of no, it still seems to be. Again, I don't know what I wonder where I put these. Oh, maybe I put it on some of no, I don't know. So we have some young Earth creationist. That's I haven't really gotten much of. I had one of the groups that I got a lot of good information from. I'm not sure what I haven't seen it for a time. Let's see here. Where was we? Where there we go. Okay. So for the unbiased researcher, history reeks of butchery of Romanism, where whole cities and populations were mercifully wiped out just because they worshiped God in a manner that was different from Roman Catholicism. And I think he would probably say that in regards to the unbiased researcher is that, Roman Catholicism is just, I don't know how these people can, but it's just, seems so evil that they will, oh, it's just propaganda, it's not true, this and that, and it's just because you don't know history and blah, 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 blah. All these arguments, it's just, and you hear it again and again and again and again and again, and it's like, it's you get really tired of it, and you see the issues of, you experience more and more issues of this system. I guess it's like the Bible says in regards to worshiping idols and all that the people becomes as blind and as the idols. It's just they lose their sanity and go by these. It's anyway. And that's the same thing with the Catholic guy. The Catholic guy that got access to the Vatican library, which others didn't get. A historian, and he writes in regard. He finds out it's true in regards to the link in regards to the Vatican and Nazism. But again, he flips it off. He's still a Roman Catholic. He flips it off as there's bad popes and all that. And we talked about that but still. And then other Roman Catholics are attacking him for this and that, because they don't like the information, But he was just actually being honest about what he found in the Vatican library, and he says he still consider himself a Catholic, It's not and yet it was information that apparently that people didn't like, and then they will just say, oh, it's just wrong, it's not true, it's just, and they will say, oh, real historians, they're already inferring that the other guy is not a real historian, have to be kidding me. So these real historians says there's nothing to it. Well, these real historians didn't get access to the library in the Vatican, did they? It's just this lie after lie, deception after deception, and it's ever ending. It's just continue. It's just it's an ever ending stream of lies and deceptions from these people. Lies, and more lies. Yeah, so I guess know them by their fruit, I guess, by a providential synchronism, when Italian dictator Mussolini seized power in Italy thanks to Don Sturzo, Jesuit and chief of the Catholic Party, Monsignor Siebel, a Jesuit, became Chancellor of Austria. He held that position until 1929 with an interregnum of 2 years, and during those decisive years he led the Austrian interior politics onto the what was that in regards to a Catholic action or something like that? What was that about? Oh, I can't remember. Anyway, I'll go. Reactionary and clerical road. His successors followed him on that road, which led to the absorption of that country into the German bloc. The bloody repression of working class uprising earned him, as to say, Jesuit Monsignor Siebel, the nickname Keine milde Cardinal, the Cardinal without mercy. So the bloody repression of the working class uprising earned him, the Jesuit Monsignor Siebel, the nickname Keine milde Cardinal. Okay, so keine, that's okay. Okay, keine, you know, keine, that's without, I guess. Milde, so without, you know, so we have keine, mercy, so, yeah, without mercy cardinal. The cardinal without mercy, yeah, okay. Keine milde Cardinal. Edmund Paris, author of the book, The Secret History of the Jesuits. I wonder how far we are from the end. I think it's Jörg that actually also reads this book. I can't remember if Tom also reads it. He probably have read it at some, I don't know. Anyway, it is believed that the Pope, Pius the 11th, will offer these services to Signor Benito Mussolini through the Jesuit so-called Father Pietro Tari Venturi, who is often consulted by Mussolini on important matters. Daily Express, 2/9/1935, British United Press. Oh, yes. There's also an interesting quote from Cardinal, I think it was, in regards of when the US rules the world, the Vatican rules the world. But anyway, in the early days of May 1936, German Knights of Malta, France won Papen, and by the way, sadly I lost the links. You know, sometimes the browser, you know, I have like 33 now open. And sometimes it just breaks and you lose all the tabs. But I had 2 tabs in regards of France von Papen, that after the war he goes to the Vatican, I think, and he gets this title. He is bestowed this title of, you know, something, you know, after the war. And that's just interesting in regards to seeing the connection of you know, getting the connection points and so forward. In the early days of May 1936, German Knight of Malta, Franz von Papen, entered into secret negotiations with Susim an Idotristion Chancellor, working on his weak point, as to say, he was a devout Roman Catholic, and showed him how advantageous and reconciliation with Nazi leader Adolf Hitler would be as far as the Vatican's interests were concerned. The argument may seem odd, but Schuschnigg was very devout, and von Papen was the Pope's German chaplain. Oh, that's the word, I think, chaplain, as to say the high official in certain royal courts. But I thought he was actually only bestowed that after the war. But anyway, okay. Not surprisingly, it was the Pope's secret Berlin in Germany, as to say Knights of Malta Franz von Papen, who led the whole affair, which ended on the 11th of the March 1938. With the resignation of Pius Schuschnigg, pupil of the Jesuits, in favor of Sears Inquart, chief of Austrian Nazis. It's very hard with these names, chief of the Austrian Nazis. The following day, March the 12th, 1938, the German troops entered Austria, and the puppet government of Sears Inquart proclaimed the union of the country to the Nazi German Third Reich. The event was welcomed by an enthusiastic declaration of Vienna's Archbishop Cardinal Initzer, a Jesuit. Edmund Paris authored the book The Secret History of the Jesuit. The SS had been organized by Heinrich Himmler according to the principles of the Jesuit order. Now, there we go. So that's actually the rules of service and spiritual exercises prescribed by Ignatius de Loyola, editor note, the founder of the Jesuit order, constituted a model which, founder of the Jesuit order, constituted a model which Heinrich Himmler strove carefully to copy. Absolute obedience was the supreme rule. Every order had to be executed without comment. Walter Schellenberg, chief of the Nazi Sicherheitsdienst. Oh, so okay. Walter Schellenberg, is this a German or something like that? I don't know. The German author Walter Hagen gives also this discrete information. And that's the thing, when people also, by the way, when people talk about, it's an order, I did this because it was an order. People say, I did it because it was my work. Well, it doesn't really take away your, if you're flying in an airplane and you bomb people, well, it's still you bombing the people. Yeah, you might have orders to do it, but, you're the one doing it, right? So it's like people want to remove, regardless of that they had anything to do with it. But it's you doing it. Yeah, but I was under order, or it was my work to do it. And, well, that's a very bad excuse, I think. Anyway, it's not an excuse. Well, it was my job to, kill off Jews, It's not an excuse. It was my job to keep secrets away from, or keep the truth away from people, because I'm getting money for keeping, this, I've written a contract to not expose anything when I find out that something is wrong. Well, I have this contract of not being able to actually, the contract says I'm not allowed to say anything to other people. It's just, it's just insane, I think it's, if you know that something criminal is going on, you should tell the public, I think. Because how is it going to change if no one actually talks about it? And that's, all the secrecy things and all that. It's just, if someone is doing something illegal, it's just, I think it's common sense. If for example, that vaccines are dangerous, well, if you're going to continue to do the vaccinations, be part of making them or giving them and so forward, and it actually has issues, well, you're part of the problem. You're the part of the system. You're the one, that is, but money. A lot of things can, if there's money in it, it's just a bad excuse, to And of course, in regards of having a huge education behind, and you have lots of money and status and all that, and and you could lose that, all of it, But that doesn't, it just doesn't make it right to continue to do something that is wrong. It's just, it doesn't make it right just because you get money and state, just. Anyway, that's me anyway. I think it's bad. Anyway. The German author Walter Hagen gives also this discrete information. The Jesuit Superior General Count Holger von Letorovsky was ready to organize on the common. Actually, I have one episode actually in regards of work where I should actually have, there was in my younger days, and it was just, and I think the company had made the issue, and yet, the guy that we were out in the house to check in regards of an issue. And I found the issue, and they, the other guy I was with, I was the student, and the other, what do you call it? The guy that I was with had already had another guy out there, and I don't know how much time they actually had been using on this, but they could have had been using a long time. I don't know, but the thing is, the issue was in the what's it called in English? It's funny, I would really have thought that I would have known a lot of English words in regards of electrician. Didn't we have English in electrician classes? Did I skip English or something like that, or didn't we have any English in the electrician? Because every time I'm trying to figure the word, I have no idea what it is. Maybe I would have thought that one would have had some English, but in regards of electrician English, but I really, it's just every time I try to find I just don't know, So maybe we didn't have any classes in English. Maybe that's. But I would have thought that would have been a, pretty good thing to have just a. Couple of classes, in regards to just giving, the words that we usually use. And anyway, back to the topic. Sorry, the German author Walter Hagen gives also this discrete information. Yeah, the problem with the other case, by the way, was that I was told, oh, he has some money enough to, but if we made the error. If it's actually the company's fault because they did something wrong, shouldn't the company actually pay for it? That's, anyway, the German author Walter Hagen gives also this discrete information. The Jesuit Superior General Count Helga von Letorovsky was ready to organize on the common basis of anti-communism some collaboration between the German Secret Service and the Jesuit Order. As a result, within the SS Central Security Service, an organization was created, and most of its main posts were held by Catholic priests wearing the black uniform of the Nazi SS. The Jesuit priest Father Himmler, so-called Father, the Jesuit so-called Father Himmler, uncle of Heinrich Himmler, was one of its superior officers. So I guess father, uncle of, okay. Edmund Paris authored the book The Secret History of the Jesuits. Kurt Heinrich Himmler was chief of the Gestapo, as to say the secret police force of the German Nazi state. Okay. So that's another Himmler or something like that, Kurt, or is that the same? Which meant he held in his hand the essential reigns of power of the Nazi regime? Was it his personal merits which earned him such a high position? Did Hitler see in him a superior genius when he compared him, Heinrich Himmler, to the creator of the Jesuit order, Ignatius of Loyola? It is certainly not what the testimonies of those who knew him imply, as they saw in him nothing more than mediocrity. Mediocrity. Was the so-called star of Heinrich Himmler shining with a borrowed brightness? Was it really Kurt Heinrich Himmler, the ostensible, apparent chief, who actually reigned over the Gestapo and the secret services? Oh, I guess in regards of both the Gestapo and the SS, maybe? Who was sending millions of people deported for political reasons and Jews to their death? Was it the flat-faced nephew, or was it the Jesuit priest, uncle, the former canon at the court of Bavaria, one of the Jesuit superior general Ledorowski's favorites, a Jesuit so-called father and superior officer of the Nazi SS, Edmund Paris? I wonder how much do we actually have more? I don't really see any. Okay, just continues and continues. And I've been at it for a couple of many hours. Yeah, nearly. Of course, I'm learning. It's always nice to get more data points. The Jesuits in control of Adolf Hitler's occultic and homosexual Third Reich installed puppet dictators throughout Europe. They were Bavarian, Germany, and the Third Reich. Adolf Hitler, born and died 1889 to 1948, or eligible death. Italy, Benito Mussolini, born, died 1883. Well, anyway, is this going to? How much is this going to? Okay, we still have a, well, it's not that much. I guess it's an hour maybe. Oh yeah, it's still pretty long. I actually have Eric John Phelps as well. So we'll be okay. Okay, it's not that long. Okay, so let's see if we can get through it. Italy, Benito Mussolini, born, died 1883 to 1945. Vichy, France, Henry Philippa Patain, born, died 1856 to 1951. Spain, Francisco Franco. Austria, Cease Inquart. Poland, Frank. Slovakia, Jesuit priest Tiso. Croatia, Anthony Pavelic. Editor note. Alternative spelling, Pavelic. Pavelic, okay. Belgium, De Grella. Okay. And all these Roman Catholic Jesuit-controlled, Jew-hating dictators were loyal to the greatest war criminal of all, Papal Caesar Pius XII, and his master Jesuit superior general Volodymyr Ledorowski. Okay. This is actually from Eric John Phelps, author of the book Vatican Assassins. I think I've seen a similar list as well from another source. Actually, that might actually be from the, in regards to the guy that wrote, was the Catholic guy that got access to the Vatican library? I'm not sure. Anyway, but I've seen something. Yeah, it's hard to remember everything. The term Jesuit, and this is the next one. The term Jesuit has become synonymous with terms like deceit, chicanery. I'm not sure exactly what that is, but chicanery. Chicanery. Oh, okay. Chicanery. Okay. apparently to get money or something like that. Anyway, like deceit, chicanery. I would have thought it would be something else. But anyway, infiltration, intrigue, subversion, ... Many organized Jesuits have been justly described as treacherous, traitorous workers, seducing many in the service of the Roman pontiff away from national allegiance. 1987. J.E.C. Shepard, Canadian historian. The presence of the Jesuits in any country, Romanist, as to say Catholic or Protestants, is likely to breed social disturbance. Lord Palmerston. Okay. So I guess in regards of Protestant Jesuits or, infiltrators and all that. I don't know. Anyway. There was no disguise the Jesuits could not assume, and therefore there was no place into which they could not penetrate. They could enter unheard the closet of the monarch or the cabinet of the statesman. They could sit unseen in convocation or general assembly and mingle unsuspected in the deliberations and debates. I wonder what in regards of deliberation was. So I guess one have to look for those that is sitting at the side.
Deliberation.
Okay, discussion of all sides. So if one looks maybe after those sitting at the side level, you might find a Jesuit, and mingle unsuspected in the deliberations and debates. There was no tongue they could not speak, and no creed they could not profess, and thus there was no people among whom they might not sojourn, and no church whose membership they might not enter, and whose functions they might not discharge. They could execrate, as to say, sharply denounce the Pope, with the Lutheran, and swear the solemn league with the Covenanter. J.A. Wiley, I guess so-called Reverend, author of the book of the history of Protestantism. So you see that they are like wolf in sheep clothing, it's just, and I guess know them by their fruit, They might say and proclaim that they're Christians, but we should know them by their fruit, Jesus said. I think pretty much Jesus was exposing this whole system, on so many levels, and, it's just incredible. So here we go in regards, okay, the assassins of Saint Bartholomew, as to say the Catholics who... Oops. I was, okay. That was a question to, I just wanted to know in regards of something, in regards of, I like to ask questions to people, if, yeah, Marcus read, okay. No. It was in regards of Catholicism and all that. That was not actually in the thing of, can I actually just make that stop in some sense? Probably not. Let's see here. Well, I guess we get my information out there. Settings. Here we have my bio. Jesus, God Almighty Jehovah. The Pope is the Antichrist man of 666. Chat settings. Can I actually do so it doesn't pop up, That would be nice. Direct share. It's also a little late that he responds. In the night. Auto night. Can I actually... No, apparently. Don't know how to do that. Yeah, that's a kind of a problem, I guess. Chat settings, I guess I have to check that out. just not to get this notifications. Okay, all right. Private chat, chapter change, vibrate, include, pint, contact, joined. Private chats, tap to change, groups, channels. It would just be nice not to, if it just tells me, oh well. Anyway, I guess there's nothing, just in regards of, if people, write me, that's, they might not actually think it's going, and that's, that's not the idea. I don't really care much of, I don't have anything to hide. So but when people are writing me, I don't think they would expect it to get out in the public. Anyway, so I was just looking into in regards of we have a guy in Denmark in regards of, I wanted to be I just wanted to be sure in regards of his, if he has any connections in regards of Roman Catholicism. I'm asking questions as always. I like things to be what shall we say? I like things to be out there in some sense. I don't like people hiding, so in regards of, in regards of politician, if you are a politician, I don't think you in regards of privacy, well, if you have the position of being a politician, you have, the honor of being in the position for the people. And I think the people have, has in some sense a right to know about what you are about, Are you running around in secret meetings and, fixing this and that, we have a problem with the connection here. Well, let's just get back to that. See. Oh, give me a break. This is really complaining at the moment. Okay, we still have problems with the internet. Closed all the windows and this one. Okay. There we go. So I think we're up and running again, and I've just closed all my windows if it's in regards to them. The assassins of the Saint Bartholomew, as to say the Catholics who slaughtered the French Protestant Huguenots in 1572, starting with the Saint Bartholomew massacre on August the 24th. The Inquisitors and the Jesuits are monsters produced by malignant imaginations. They are the natural allies of the spirit of darkness and of death. 1883. Edwin A. Sherman, author of the book The Engineer Corps of Hell. Okay, so that is another thing in regards of story, in regards of Bartholomew, I think, in regards of the slaughtered the French Protestant Huguenots. And I have some information on that as well, that I think it was after the Huguenots had, been slaughtered and all that, that the Antichrist, was singing, one of these praises to Jesus, apparently, one of these songs. It's just totally outrageous, This system have just totally massacred. I think that was, I can't remember if it was, but I think it was. Anyway, I have the information in regards of Luther's songbooks and information about it. I think that was where I found the information. It was very interesting. Anyway, that was pretty much. So the assassins of Bartholomew, the Catholics who slaughtered the French Protestant Huguenots in 1572, starting with the Saint Bartholomew massacre on August the 24th, the Inquisitors and the Jesuits are monsters produced by malignant imaginations. They are the natural allies of the spirit of darkness and of death, 1883. Edwin A. Sherman authored the book The Engineer Corps of Hell. Okay, the assassin of the Inquisitors and the Jesuits are monsters produced by malignant imaginations. They are the natural allies of the spirit of darkness and of death, 1883. Edwin A. Sherman, author of the book of The Engineer Corps of Hell. You know, we had just, not that long ago, we had in regards of political, voting and all that. And I don't really know if, if it actually value anything or anyone, But, I was voting as, on a party that that stood against abortion. I would have liked to see them actually speak more against abortion and all that, but it's a new party and all that, and I voted for them because no one else of those was against abortion, and abortion is murder. So the only one, but sadly, the party is also for homosexuality. And, at least going in regards to the pride parades, it seems. So, anyway. So, and of course, homosexuality, according to the Bible, is an abomination. One thing is to do, having whatever you want to call it, this abomination with another of the same gender. Another thing is to parade it, in the... in the cities and priding you with these things, and it these homosexual pride things tend to go hand in hand with hatred of God. So, and again, that's a whole nother topic. So, I of course have complained in regards of it. But I know of I found another guy that I found after the election, that seems to have a huge amount of truth as well. That in regards of when I was in the truth, a lot of these things, he has been in the banking system himself, so he knows it by first-hand knowledge as far as I understand it. I really need to have some more truth and people standing for truth. A lot of things are going on, and the question is, what are we going to do about it? If no one stands up and begin to expose these powers of darkness, and just going along with the world, that's just it's not good. But that's like 4 years to the next election, and we're still murdering our children. And we have a so-called Christian party in Denmark that is called the Democratic Christians, they are called. And this woman, which also had a picture that actually imitates in regards of the feminist on her webpage, had the possibility of telling the Danish women that it was murder. She had this great chance of doing that on television. And what does she do? No, she doesn't think it's murder and blah blah, and she doesn't want to. It's just incredible, But I of course knew that. Not the last, but the last again. I knew they already had a bad, a sad view already. And I just wanted to find someone that stood up against abortion. And there was pretty much none. The only party I could find was this new party. And I, called them, and they... As far as I understand it, they are against abortion, murder on children. Now, they haven't spoken much about it, but yeah. We have nearly killed 1 million children in Denmark. So it's pretty demonic. It's a bloodbath. It's a blood river. It's, oh God, off topic. But I got the numbers of it from 1973, and it was because of the feminists. The feminists, wanted free sex. They wanted to be whores, pretty much, Free sex, no problem. And then, of course, if you become pregnant, what do? Well, you need to have access to killing your own child. The child didn't do anything. It was mom that was out spreading her legs. Because she wanted to have some fun, And some, she wanted to play the whore, And then she kills off a child. That's insane. Of course. So besides free sex, they wanted to, be able to commit murder. And then, in regards of they had hatred against the patriarchal system, pretty much hatred of men. Because it's just so much better to have a hormonal disturbed woman lead the family or something, It's insane. Anyway. Going back to these things here. The sad facts of the matter are that the Vatican has been... the sad facts of the matter are that the Vatican has... Actually, I had also when people are writing me or something like that, calls me, of course, the mobile responds to it, and, then the number is I don't know what I can do about that. Maybe, actually, I'm using the internet on the... I might actually be able to, just use the internet of... see if I actually... Can't remember if this long... Yeah, anyway, I'm getting off topic here. And it's getting late as well. The sad facts of the matter are that the Vatican has been the major player... Oh no, it's getting me problems again. I don't know if you can see it again, but the network status is poor. Please ensure. Maybe. I don't know if I can. Maybe I can pull that up. If that will help. I don't know if this will help. Okay, so now I'm running on a network, and let's try that, instead of the other thing. Okay, it seems to be going okay. It seems. So if I can actually just run by that, why haven't I actually thought about that? My brain is, I guess, pretty fried. So I see it. The sad facts of the matter are that the Vatican has been, and actually this guy, I would have wished he got into, the party that he made. It's like the strict course in English. I would have wished that he actually got into the, make some, just, it's just, I would have wished he had gone in, come into it and actually, he's a pretty, anyway, sadly he didn't get in, but he probably will get in next time. I think that's a much better chance for him getting in there. Anyway, so I don't know. That's 4 years, of course, and we have a lot of things that I don't know. It's just that's I don't know. I don't know if it's the way to go in regards of politics and all that, but again, it's going downhill on so many levels. And if it could change, so we're not murdering children anymore. This is something that I value pretty much. We need to really, Denmark has really gone downhill on so many points. we were a nation based on Protestant Christianity, and we have pretty much and now we are replacing it with, the Mohammedans and, all these New Age stuff and all that. And the Danes don't even know who the Antichrist is. It's just, it's bad. It's really bad. It's, how can a people that was a Protestant nation not know who the Antichrist is? It's incredible. And who the whore riding the beast is. It's just it's sad. Anyway, we don't have any, it seems it's running pretty good without any, and of course it's, I only have 100 gigabytes on my, so I guess it's, anyway. The sad fact of the matter are that the Vatican has been the major player in the geopolitical arena. I do wonder in regards to, I posted, I'm getting off topic again. I'm getting a little, so many things are going around in my mind at the moment. But I sent this letter to the church ministry in Denmark, and I've talked about that before, I think. I also, let's, see if it gets accepted on the page. Because if anyone is beginning to ban you or censor you, something, then you probably is not, that's probably not the place that. So, anyway, the sad facts of the matter are that the Vatican has been the major player. Okay, did we actually? Oh yeah, that's okay. Corpse of Hell. Yeah, I'm sorry here. I'm losing my. I'm getting tired here, and it's. I've been rolling for 5 hours. We just need the last bit, right? You just need the last bit. Natural allies of the spirit of darkness and okay. The sad fact of the matter are that the Vatican has been the major player in the geopolitical arena for many centuries. And for the past 4 centuries, the Jesuit order operating from within the Vatican has been the major player in both the geopolitical arena and the theological arena, and a very big player through its Knights of Malta. You have the Knights of Malta, you have the Knights of Columbus, and you probably have, other groups out there, different names, going to the same place in some sense. In the financial arena, and in the international intelligence community, like the CIA and the KGB and so forth. I guess the KGB doesn't exist anymore, does it? But controlling all these intelligent places and all that. And in the international intelligence community, the more I study history and the more I turn over stones, the more I find the footsteps and fingerprints of the Vatican. And again, more specifically, it's Jesuit order involved in the most sinister and evil activities. And again, I don't understand how people, maybe a lot of the people that are Roman Catholics do understand that they are pagans and still in this, maybe they just do it to deceive the Christians, it's hard to entirely know. I remember reading from, the guy that made Lord of the Rings. I don't know if it was him or not, but that I read and the source said it was from him. And he was talking to that is Tolkien, and Tolkien was talking to the other guy that is popular and all that. And Tolkien, according to this, was trying to convince the other guy that this was like the pinnacle of paganism. Roman Catholicism was like the pinnacle of paganism. The perfect paganistic system. And I'm like, so this, it seems, if this source was correct, I don't know if it was correct, but if this source was valid, then Tolkien knew that this was, a pagan system, and yet he didn't have a problem with it. Actually, he found it to be, the greatest thing, it seems. If this source was, it could be wrong. It could be, it could be I don't know. And it's some time since I read it. Indeed, the Jesuit order, as to say the Society of Jesus, the company, headed by the Jesuit Superior General, as to say the Black Pope, is the most formidable enemy to religious and civil liberty that the world has probably ever seen. The Jesuits became so infamous in Europe for fomenting wars and revolutions and for assassinating heads of state that they were expelled from 83 countries, city-states and cities by 1933, quite often by Roman Catholic monarchs. So here we have 83 countries again from this source. I do wonder who this... So anyway, the Jesuit Superior General, the Black Pope, not only controls his powerful Jesuit order, but also controls the powerful Knights of Malta, top-level Knights of Columbus, and the top levels of Freemasonry. Oh, this guy's good. So again, let's take that again. The Jesuit Superior General, the Black Pope, the shadow of the Pope, of the White Pope, not only controls his powerful Jesuit order, but also controls the powerful Knights of Malta, top-level Knights of Columbus, and the top levels of Freemasonry. I think there was something about, the bishop talked about there was 4 levels of Knights of Malta or something like that. I can't, or maybe it was the Knight of Columbus. I think it was the Knights of Malta that was 4 levels. Or maybe it was the Knights of Columbus. I have to reseed it. A lot of these things are still pretty new. Whatever you want to call it. You're trying the best that you can, and there's so much information, so many groups of names and this and that, and Satan hasn't made it easy for exposing his system. And when you're not growing up being told the truth, it's and the top levels of Freemasonry. So the Jesuit Superior General, according to this source, runs the Knights of Malta, the top level Knights of Columbus, and the top levels of Freemasonry. Through his control of the top level of secret societies, especially Knights of Malta and high level Freemasonry. Actually, by the way, in regards to Knights of Malta, I remember I was down in the shop, and I think I was getting a package. I was either getting a package or down there getting a package or fixing some bottles. I think I was getting a package, but either way, I was standing at that place, because it's the same place. So it's either one of those. And this guy that stood behind me in the to be next in the line, he had a Knights of Malta, on him, regards of was it like on? But anyway, it's like, yeah, that's a Knights of Malta. I asked him, is that a Knight of Malta? I was like, yeah, that's a Knight of Malta, but sadly we didn't really. I was like, yeah, because I've just seen something. Here's something, the consequent, what do you call it? You see something and then you just the same. I think actually it might have been the same day that I have been researching in regards of the Knights of Malta and seeing these, where they're walking around with it and the eye and all that. In regards of YouTube, you can probably find it if you search on the Knights of Malta on You have all these Catholic abominations as well. It might have been the same day that I saw that. I'm not sure, but a lot of things seems to be, where it's peculiar that I hit into things just anyway. Like for example, when I was in Jerusalem and this Jewish Karaites are telling me things that I had never heard about, and then the very next day I see it for myself. And I wasn't even going around looking for it. I just, hit into it, I was like, okay. Anyway. Through his control of, and I could have hit it into it on other plate, and just the very next day that I've been told it, Anyway, through his control of the top levels of secret societies, especially the Knights of Malta and high-level Freemasons, he controlled the top intelligent agencies of the world. So he controls the top intelligence agencies of the world and the high-level Freemasons. A good example of this occurred in the World War II. The top intelligence man in the OSS, later CIA, was Knight of Malta William Wild Bill Donovan. The top intelligence man in Nazi Germany on the Eastern Front was German Knight of Malta General Reinhard Gehlen. And the top intelligence man in the Soviet Union was Knight of Malta Prince Anton Churchill, who uses Jesuit priests for his couriers. Thus, the Jesuit order was in control of the major combatants. And able to steer the war in the direction they wanted, and in the process to slaughter millions of their favorite targets, Jews, Protestants, and Orthodox Christians. Additionally, because of his control of I think I know who the author is, but I might be wrong. No, I actually am wrong. It's anyway. Let's okay. Maybe I'm totally wrong in regards to the author. And able to steer the war in the direction they wanted, and in the process to slaughter millions of their favorite targets, Jews, Protestants, and Orthodox Christians. It's like you disguise the Inquisition with war. Isn't that? It's very deceptive. It's very, if you want to destroy people and you don't want to be seen that you're destroying people, the disguise of war would be a pretty clever deception, a clever way of doing it. It's filthy. It's disgusting, of course, but it's no one would think about it, would they? World War II. We look at World War II and we hear about it here and there and so forward. But we never think of it as an inquisition. And that it actually might have been controlled on both sides to look like a war, yet actually being an inquisition, a tool in the hand of those controlling it behind the scenes so they could kill off people. And then the war, in regards to these weird things going on, begins to make sense, where you see both sides seemingly doing weird things, where it's like, that's weird. Why would they do that, and so forward. And it seems to come more and more things up in regards of where I'm thinking, that's interesting. Why would he stop when he could, as I understand it, cross the English and I guess it would be the French soldiers, and pretty much, and he didn't really want to take over England at the point where he could have taken over England. And then we have the Protestants, as far as I know, that in regards of on the beach, in regards was put Protestants in the front. And I've heard that also the same in regards of of when they started the third front. And the thing is, why would you even start for a third front? And the Russians was the allies of the Nazis. they had pretty much, they had conquered a country, and divided it between Russia and Germany. And again, they were allies. And Hitler is already, the Nazis already have two front lines at that point. They have to the south and they have to the west. Why would they open up another front to the right? Or to the east, I guess. I don't think it makes sense. And attacking someone that is actually anyway. And then you see on the Allied sides, I think it actually was Phelps that had this, that they could have closed in all the Nazi soldiers and ended a lot of, but yet, no, they let them go. Why would they let them go if they had the possibility of totally crushing the Nazis at that point? And of course, then if we go to the 1600. That was also in regards of what is it called? Thinking. That was that was a story as well that I read in one of these songbooks in regards of where they put it. They took the Protestants in. And I think it was a German king or something like that, you just put them out there to be killed, to be slaughtered. There's nothing new, and that's probably the reason why Christians shouldn't partake in war. So stupidity. Let's see here. Okay. Anyway. While Bill Donovan, the top intelligence man in Nazi Germany on the Eastern Front, was German Knight of Malta General Reinhard Galland, and the top intelligence man in the Soviet Union was Knight of Malta Prince Anton Turkel, who used Jesuit priests for his couriers. Also another thing, when Hitler attacked Russia, they captured Stalin's son, and Stalin's son told them how they could might actually get the Russians on their side, because the Russians was, what is it called, under the Iron Man of Stalin, and if the Nazis had promoted that they came to free the Russians of the suppression of Stalin, the child, what do you call it? The child of Stalin told them about this, and yet they just rejected this so. Why wouldn't they use that? If they really wanted to succeed in the war and so forward, why wouldn't they use that? Hey, we come as liberators of this suppressor of Stalin and so forward. Having this possibility, and yet nope. No, we don't, we're not going to do that. Anyway, so that seems, and then of course you get a lot of people killed, because then Stalin comes from all this blood, and it's wicked. It's so wicked. Anyway, so Soviet Union was Knight of Malta Prince Anton Turkel, who used Jesuit priests for his couriers. Thus, the Jesuit order was in control of the major combatants and able to steer the war in the direction they wanted, and in the process to slaughter millions of their favorite targets, Jews, Protestants, and Orthodox Christians. And yeah, that's exactly what they did. 6 million Jews. When people talk about it's not 6 million, blah blah blah. No, I made some that don't believe in regards to they put some numbers forward in regards to how many Jews, and that there was still more Jews after the war and all that. Yeah, but they did not take into consideration in regards to the birth rate. At that point, I knew the mathematical ways, in regards of calculating that. I can't remember it now, but of course one could find out it again. And I remember I took a really bad number, and I could see from my calculation that there was missing I think it was at least 4 million or something like Jews that was missing. And I took a bad number, maybe it was less, but at least I was missing a huge amount of Jews in this. Even if there was more Jews after the war than before, but I've seen other numbers that actually shows that it went down. But so I'm not sure in regards to which numbers is actually correct. But even if you take the number, yeah, it's interesting because on the Yad Vashem it seems to be some numbers, and the other numbers that is used in regards to showing that the Holocaust never happened, because they will say, see, there's more Jews after the war than before the war. Yet they don't take into consideration the growth, of the percentages of growth as well. And if you take that into the account, you can see there's missing millions of Jews. Anyway, so whatever the case, it's just, it doesn't really work good for those anti-Holocaust deniers, or these Holocaust deniers. Yad Vashem, I think, had registered also around 4 million of the Jews that were slaughtered, or maybe it's 3. I can't remember. I think it's around 4. You can go on Yad Vashem and look for yourself and see how many it is. It's some time since I looked at it, so I can't remember the direct, the totally number. But they have, these graveyard books. So they have this place where there are books and books and books. And these books, every single page is a gravestone in some sense for someone. And they have huge amount of numbers of these, and they're standing there as a place to remember what happened, and the names as well, to remember those Jewish names that died in the so anyway, so when people are saying this and that, there are some and you can talk to Jews that lost their family members and all that. It just, to deny the Holocaust is really, it's kind of outrageous, And then of course, in regards to the number, then one can debate that, but the thing is, a huge amount of of Jews died, and I think 6 million probably is pretty good, So anyway, additionally, because of his, and you also have to think about German. Germans are very effective, and when you didn't mixes German effectiveness with in regards of the SS and all that, well, you don't think they could kill, burn 6 million Jews or kill them off and all that? Well, anyway. Additionally, because of his control of the Vatican hierarchy, but it's an incredible number. It is a huge, gigantic number. It's not even a century ago, it's incredible. And as far as you can see, we will have hard times again. And I guess a lot of people already have hard times. But here in Denmark, we have pretty much had a pretty peaceful place in my growing up. But that seems to be changing. And that's not going in the right, in a good direction. Anyway, additionally, because of his control of the Vatican hierarchy through his Jesuit order and P2 Masonry, the Jesuit Superior General also has control and use of the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith, as to say, the office of the Inquisition. So as I understand it, they actually renamed it. I don't know if Alberto actually also talked about the renaming of it. I think the bishop also talked about it. So anyway, and use of the congregation for the doctrine of the faith, as to say the office of the Inquisition. Just name it something else, and then people won't. It's just incredible. The Roman, just give it another name, right? Just give it another, marker in some sense or whatever. What's it called? Give it another spin. Anyway, the Roman Curia and Vatican finances, which are substantial. If all this does not make the black poop the most powerful man on the face of the earth, I do not know what would. Of course, we have this testimony from one of these generals saying that, from this place I control, from this to China or something like that. But not only that, I control the world. And no one knows how I do it. Secret societies, most particularly the Jesuit order with its Knights of Malta and top-level Freemasons, must be exposed and removed from our shores, or America will not survive. Darrell Eberhard, 2005, editor of Tackling the Thought Topics and Examining the Thought Issues, newsletter. Please see website tacklingthethoughttopics.net. I would actually have thought it would have been Eric Phelps that actually wrote these things. Eric Phelps seems to be on the same idea of, also has control and use of the congregation for the doctrine of faith, as to say the office of the Inquisition. The Roman Curia and Vatican finances, which are substantial. If all this does not make the black pope the most powerful the most powerful man on the face of the earth, I do not know what would. Yeah. I wonder what P2 Masonry is. Okay. Anyway, so yeah. Note here is the full quote of Lincoln from which the excerpts on page 1 was taken. The American Civil War of 1861 to 1865 would never have been possible without the sinister influence of the Jesuits. We owe it to Popery that we now see our land reddened with the blood of her noblest sons. Though there were great differences of opinion between the South and the North on the question of slavery, neither Jeff Davis, president of the Confederacy, nor anyone of the leading men of the Confederacy would have dared to attack the North had they not relied on the promises of the Jesuits that under the mask of democracy, haven't we heard this in regards of spreading democracy to the rest of the world by, pretty much destroying the whole nation, right? Anyway, the money and arms of the Roman Catholic, even the arms of France, were at their disposal if they would attack us. I pity the priests, the bishop, and monks of Rome in the United States when the... Oh, my nose. Yeah, I have some blockage when I speak for a longer time. When the people realize that they are in great part responsible for the tears and the bloodshed in this war, I conceal what I know on that subject from the knowledge of the nation, for if the people knew the whole truth, this war would turn into a religious war, and it would at once take a tenfold more savage and bloody character. It would become merciless as all religious wars are. It will become a war of extermination on both sides. I don't know if that was the right thing to hide information from the public, that, it just seems dishonest, but this is Abraham, I guess, talking, full quote of Lincoln. Yeah, Abraham Lincoln. I do understand in regards of, trying to, not make another bloodbath and all that. but telling the truth to the people, the thing is, what is valued most, the truth or the consequences of that? I don't know. It's just it's when you hide away truth, it's just, the question is, where is the line going? Because what else would you then keep from the public and defend that you would keep it from the public because you think it would be for the better of the public not telling them? And it's just anyway. The Protestants of both the North and the South would surely unite to exterminate the priests and the Jesuits if they could hear what Professor Samuel B. Morse, editor note, U.S. inventor of the telegraph, has said to me of the plots made in the very city of Rome. Oh, my nose, yeah. So I guess the guy that invented in regards to the telegraph and all that, he might actually have picked up some messages from these people, and as I understand, he wrote a book on it. I probably should just blow my horn. I'll be right back. Okay, there we go. And what did I put the... Oh, I had my... I wonder where I put the pen. Did I take that with me? Nope. Oh well. I guess I'll take a new one. I've just gotten 12 of these, so this is wonderful in regards of pens for the mobile. Just a little too early to throw one away, I think. Anyway, it would be nice if they actually made them in other colors that was easy to see and not black, where the pink was still black. Anyway, let's see. So my voice should be a little better now. It's not perfect, but it's, at least I got some of it out. So, the Protestants of both the North and South would surely unite to exterminate the priests and the Jesuits if they could hear the Professor Samuel B. Morse, editor note, U.S. inventor of the telegraph, has said to me of the plots made in the very city of Rome, as to say the Vatican, to destroy this republic, and if they could learn how the Roman Catholic priests, the nuns, and the monks, which daily land on our shores under the pretext of preaching their religion, instructing the people in their schools, taking care of the sick in the hospitals, are nothing else but the emissaries of the Pope, of Napoleon, and the other despots of Europe, to undermine our institutions, alienate the hearts of our people from our constitution and our laws, destroy our schools, and prepare a reign of anarchy here as they have done in Ireland, in Mexico, in Spain, and wherever there are any people who want to be free. I think actually keeping, why would you keep this from the people? That if you are the president of the United States, I don't remember when Lincoln was actually, I don't know when Lincoln was, 1861, 1865, okay. So what in regards of, that was be after, I guess in regards of this religion of freedom, religious freedom that they got in 76 or something like that. And now now they're getting Catholics into the nation and all that, more Catholics, and he's telling, he knows these things, it seems, and if this guy, this Professor Samuel B. Morse, if he actually collected, telegraph messages which showed that what they were planning and all that, why wouldn't, and knowing that they are coming to undermine our institutions, alienate the hearts of our people from our constitution and our laws, destroy our schools, and prepare a reign of anarchy as they have done in Ireland, in Mexico, in Spain, and wherever there are any people who want to be free. It's just, why wouldn't he actually tell the people about that? It seems kind of important, actually very important, and here he has all the knowledge, it seems. He has all the knowledge about it. He has the evidence probably from intercepting, these telegraph, I would think. I would be interesting to read more of, as I understand, he made a book, Samuel Morse. Okay, let's see. What follows is the full quotation of Samuel Morse, from which the short excerpt given on the first page of this document was taken. Let's see here. Let's examine the operations of this Austrian society, the so-called Saint Leopold Foundation, for it is hard at work all around us, yes, here in this country, as to say the USA, with its headquarters in Vienna, Austria, under the immediate direction and inspection of Austrian Prince Metternich. It makes itself already felt through the American Republic. Its emissaries are here, and who are these emissaries? They are Jesuits. Okay. This Roman Catholic society of men, after exerting that tyranny for upwards of 200 years, at length became so formidable to the world, threatening the entire subversion to all social order, that even the Pope, as to say Clement the 14, whose devoted subjects they, the Jesuits, are, and must be by the vow of their society, was compelled to dissolve them. In 1773, okay, I'm getting tired, so I'm hard of actually, let's try that, I'm hard actually grasping what is actually being said. Let us examine the operations of this Austrian society, the so-called Saint Leopold Foundation, for it is hard at work all around us. I don't know what the Saint Leopold Foundation, maybe it's a Catholic thing, Yes, here in this country, as to say the USA, with its headquarters in Vienna, Austria, under the immediate direction and inspection of Austrian Prince Metternich, ... It makes itself already felt through the American Republic. Its emissaries are here. And who are these emissaries? They are Jesuits. The Roman Catholic Society of Men, after exerting, the Roman Catholic Society of Men, after exerting that tyranny for upwards of 200 years, at length became so formidable to the world, threatening the entire subversion to all social order, that even the Pope, as to say Clement the 14, whose devoted subjects they, the Jesuits, are, and must be by the vow of their society, was compelled to dissolve them in 1773. So in regards of the Pope, whose devoted subject they, the Jesuits are and must be by the vow of their society, was compelled to dissolve them in 1773. Now again, in regards of, the question, of course, is they have their way of playing the games and the political games and all that and this and that, anyway. So you never know if they actually, if they are planning things out to do some things that actually might seem to go against them, but actually is for them and so anyway. But anyway, in regards of the Pope actually being, but anyway, yeah, it seems like at some point, Europe just, laid back. It's like, oh, there's no problem anymore. It's like laying back and say, oh, there's no enemy anymore. There's no, I don't know why we Protestants just, that people just seems like they just, oh, relax, relax. How can you relax? Satan is out there to try to deceive us. And yeah, pretty much do his thing against us. Anyway, they had been suppressed, however, for 30 years before the waning influence of popery and despotism required their useful labors to resist the light of democratic liberty. And the Pope Pius VII, simultaneously with the formation of the Holy Alliance in Europe, so-called Holy, revived the order of the Jesuit in all their power. Editor's comment: Pope Pius VII restored the Jesuit order in 1814 in exchange for his release from prison, where he had spent 5 years under Jesuit persuasion, so-called persuasion. You see, isn't it interesting that the Jesuits would need the Antichrist, restoration. You see the Pope having the power to take, dissolve the order, which didn't really come around, and you see him. You see the Jesuits apparently, trying to get him to restore the Jesuit order. And if you look at the Jesuit oath and just know something about the Jesuits, how can this man that restores the Jesuit order ever be a Christian? It's just, you have to, it's just outrageous, to see what this, but of course the whole system is rotten to the core. It's a rotten tree. It's a rotten tree with rotten fruit. Anyway, so editor's comment: Pope Pius VII restored the Jesuit order in 1814 in exchange for his release from prison, where he had been spent 5 years under Jesuit persuasion. So again, the Jesuits are still, needing the authority of, of this guy to say, okay, you are reinstated, do Americans need to be told what Jesuits and do Americans need to be told what Jesuits are? If any are ignorant, let them inform themselves of their history without delay. Yeah, amen for that. Let's see here, let's try that again. And do Americans need to be told what Jesuits are? Question mark. If any are ignorant, let them inform themselves of their history without delay. No time is to be lost. Their workings are before you in every day's events. They are a secret society, a sort of Masonic order with super-added features of revolting, odious, and 1,000 times more dangerous. They are not merely priests of one religious creed. They are merchants and lawyers and editors and men of any profession, having no outward badge in this country, as to say the USA, by which to be recognized. They are about in all our society. They can assume any character, that of angels of light or ministers of darkness, to accomplish their one great end, the service upon which they are sent, whatever that service may be. The Jesuits are highly educated men. There we go. The Jesuits are highly educated, and I think I would agree that they are probably, some of the most educated people in the world, are probably working for Satan. I would think that's a pretty, but they're working for the wrong, it's so sad. But yeah, so one have to be aware that Satan's, and you also have to be aware that these people have the demons helping them as well, the powers of Satan. So, again, the cleverness, when I had contact with demons in my past, when I was in Satan's candy shop, I found out that these entities are very, very great deceivers. So thinking about a group of people that having opened themselves up to these satanic powers and themselves being learned, they have learning and they have the help from these demons, we should really not underestimate the enemy at all on any level, because that would be to our demise. Anyway, the Jesuits are highly educated men, prepared and sworn to start at any moment and in any direction and for any service, commanded by the general of the order, as to say the Jesuit superior general, the Black Pope, bound to no family, community, or country by the ordinary ties which bind men, and sold the soul to the cause of the Roman Pontiff. Bound to no family, community, or country by the ordinary ties which bind men, and sold the soul to the cause of the Roman Pontiff. The Jesuits are highly educated men, prepared and sworn to start at any moment, and in any direction and for any service, commanded by the general of their order, as to say the Jesuit superior general, the Black Pope, bound to no family, community, or country by the ordinary ties which bind men, and sold the soul to the cause of the Roman Pontiff. And sold the soul to the cause of the Roman Pontiff. And Pontiff, that would be Pontifex Maximus, the high pagan priest, Oh, anyway, who sets himself up as the pinnacle of power in both political and spiritual matters, And again, you can see on some of these quotes that even if they, even some say that the Black Pope is the one in control, you can see that they also needs the authority from the White Pope itself, because he is the Pontifex Maximus. He is the Roman Emperor. He is the one that have all the titles of God upon himself, blasphemily taking all the titles of God upon himself. He is that great Antichrist, So, the Jesuits are highly educated men, prepared and sworn to start at any moment and in any direction and for any service, commanded by the general of their order. One thing that would be wonderful, in regards to the churches of the Lutheran Church, to have all the churches, have someone translate the 1545 book of Martin Luther in regards against the Roman papacy and institution of the devil. Now his words are very harsh, and they are kind of, you feel like they're kind of, but at least they are telling who the Antichrist is and telling what this system is about, and not just love songs, I really had a difficulty in regards of Martin Luther and his is rhetoric. But then again, he's telling the truth. He's telling the truth about this system. And I'd rather have someone using, some bad words in some sense, telling me the truth, than someone just sweet loving me, with sweet words and ecumenical love for the Antichrist, which is most loving, Is it most loving to talk softly to me, telling me lies and singing to me songs of, love songs to the Antichrist? Or is it harsh words telling me who the Antichrist is, telling me the truth, Which is the most loving thing to do? The liar that seems like a nice guy and sweet guy and all that, and or the one that seems harsh, but actually is telling me the truth. So, if one could get translated, I have no idea why this book is not translated into Danish. I tried to get in contact with one of these guys to translate a lot of these Lutheran books, but he didn't seem to want to translate it. He didn't think there was any particular things in regards to the book. Well, I think there is, because it's one of Luther's last books, and but anyway, so it has all his experience behind him, and but anyway, if that could be translated to Danish and invite all the Christians to the churches, to the meeting houses on the Sabbath, and reading it aloud to the people, at least they will get some idea who the Antichrist is, And again, it might be it might be a little, harsh, and but we're talking about Lutheran. If we're talking about a Lutheran church, right? They shouldn't have a problem with some Lutheran material, should they? No, I don't think so. Or Luther. I'm not sure how to. Luther. But they shouldn't have a problem because it's Luther, right? And they are called by, by that guy's name. Anyway, so it would have been a nice thing to say to all those, shepherds out there, we're going to keep the Sabbath. You're going to read this book. We're going to invite all the Protestants, all the Protestants are going to make some things in regards of this. We're reading this book in all the churches, And that would be wonderful. Come to church, listen to Martin Luther in regard, and just have the title, against the Roman papacy and institution of the devil, and just fix it up and tell the people, actually get it out in the television and tell to people, and get the Protestant going again. Tell the people the truth. Anyway, that would be nice. Of course. The Sabbath is also to listening to scripture and all that, and it's the blessed day where we take a break and listen to the scriptures as well. And of course, in regards to the scriptures, one of the things is in regards to the horn of Daniel, the book of Revelation, the whore and the beast of the number 666, and so forward. All these things, just wow, on the Sabbath would be nice. Anyway, the Jesuits are highly educated men, prepared and sworn. And by the way, those idols standing on the, get them out, just destroy them, You have people bowing down before this idol, They might not think they are worship, but they are bowing down before it, And it's disgusting, Yeah, and I have some other ideas as well. Anyway, let's get the coals going. Anyway, the Jesuits are highly educated men, prepared and sworn to start at any moment, and in any direction and for any service, commanded by the general of their order, as to say, the Jesuit Superior General, the Black Pope, bound to no family, community, or country, by the ordinary ties which bind men and the soul to the cause of the Roman Pontiff. In regard to the Pontifex Maximus. Pontiff is a short form of Pontifex Maximus. You have Constantine, that was, Pontifex Maximus. He was the high priest of sun worship in regards of Sol Invictus. So anyway, and that's title, that Roman title, the Antichrist has upon himself. Anyway, so in just a matter of time, as more evidence of the 9/11 conspiracy falls apart, I believe concrete evidence will surface that will allow us to see the failed coup d'etat of 9/11 masterminds when none other than the Black Robe priests who serve as the double agents for the Caesar of Rome. Nice. Yeah, Caesar of Rome, because that is the emperor, that is the Caesar of Rome. And he's one of the 7 heads, and he himself is the 8. But he's one of the 7. Yeah, well, he was from number 6, as far as I can see. So the beast of the biblical beast is now, at the moment, now, in the world. You don't need to go looking for him or in the future or whatever. He's already here, and he has been here for a long, long time, Anyway, he came after the 7 was, you have 7 heads, and you have after the Caesars, there was some kind of duke or something like that. I'm not entirely sure. I have to ask Jörg about that. He knows more history in regards to that. And then after that, the 8 had to come, and he came. And he is here. Anyway, so I was thinking about something I forgot. Oh yeah, in regards to the 9/11, I've seen that they try to give the Jews the fault for 9/11 as well. Again, you see every time you begin to see a pattern that they are, usually just they are really good at scapegoating the Jews. Now, again, yeah, true, Jews have, there are Jews that works for this system. But again, there's people all over the world working for this system. So just because you have some Jews working for this system doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean that they are in control, because, you can find Freemasons in Denmark, for example, right? It doesn't mean that that Denmark is in control of anything, right? Maybe that was a bad example, but, I wonder where I put the pen. Nope. Oh, that's a destroyed pen. Oh, well. Let's see if we maybe can get, it's night, it's late, I should go to bed. There I am. So, yeah, but again, just because there are some Jews that are part of this, doesn't mean that they are the controllers of it. And they're not. Read the Bible. Find out, does it say that it's the Jews? What, the 4th beast is Roman. I tried to talk to this Catholic guy, and I think we are at a point of breaking our communication. But it was a nice talk with him, because it just shows the gap which is in front of, and he seems to be, what shall we say, have some, knowledge of Roman Catholicism, what do we call it, and some of their history, corrupted history and all that. But he's, we're just talking privately, and he's just opening. He has opened up on many levels, and it's just nice to see that. You can easily see the huge, gigantic gap that is between us. And I just think it's dishonest when Catholics are on these Christian forums and, not talking about what they really believe and all that. It's just, just this ecumenical thing and steering us back to. And I do wonder, in regards of these people that run a lot of these rooms, because, when you get censored and kicked out of the rooms and all that, I do wonder if, of course, If it could be Catholics at the top or something like that. I don't know. Of course, I could just make my own. Whatever. At least I won't be banned for talking about the Antichrist. But I have been on another media, which I think will be, grow when the phone comes out. In regards to the Librem 5 phone. It's like a rooted phone. I'm looking forward to see the first people that gets this phone and see what they say. The idea of it in the beginning that might have some issues, but then it will become better as time goes. So, and it doesn't need to be rooted or anything like that. You have the administrator, so it's your phone. The idea of this phone is that it's your phone, It's not something that is locked down by Google, and all that, where you can't do what you want with your phone. And then they sell off these new features, which, if you actually jailbreak the phone, you can actually get huge amount of features for free because it's already done by people that have, jailbreaking but the problem is if you jailbreak the phone, you end up risking to, you risk not being able to, you risk it's being bricked and all that. Anyway, we got through it all, it took some hours, 6 hours. But in any case, it's, even if no one sees this video, I don't really, of course, it doesn't really, I learned something, and that's that's the idea of it. So, and I like reading up and getting more, but it was a hard, the last part, and my head is pretty, I guess that was something in regards of where they are trying to, there was one guy that, I suggest you retract your statement that it's the Jesuit, not the Jews, as they are one in the same beast, Yeah, there will always come people trying to, they're all over it seems, and just, So, again, they are always trying to scapegoat the Jews, always. It's like, always got, you see it so many places, like it begins to become a pattern, You begin to see the pattern that goes on in regards of the Jew, scapegoating the Jews. But did the Protestants protest the Jews? Yeah, sure, Luther wrote in regards of the Jews, he wrote this book and all that. Yeah, but what people tend to forget to tell you is that in regards of Luther's opinion against the two arch enemies, the Jews are not included. Isn't it interesting? You see the two arch enemies that Luther understood, and actually, yeah, I would agree. The two arch enemies of Christians and the truth is Roman Catholicism and Mohammedanism. And he actually made a children's song about it, yet they have censored the song. The line 2 was replaced with another line, both in the English, the German, the Danish version, German, the English, and the Danish version. All of them you can find this corruption where they have removed the truth in regards of pointing to the Pope or Poop and the Turks, which is the Mohammedans. And I've seen other things that seem to be corruptions as well in some of the songs, but again, there's so many things that needs to be done, and I don't know, it's even hard to know where to start, because there's so many, there's so many, if you can see, like, now of course I've fixed but there's documents, books, and more over there, and I don't know, and so I have a little table here with some documents in here, and of course I have over with the computer as well. It's just where to start, it's I'm taking a little here and a little there and reading a little. Getting getting overfloated. So yeah, but anyway, but in any case, I shouldn't complain. I shouldn't really complain. I shouldn't complain about the issues that I've had through my life and all that. I shouldn't really complain about all these. Yeah, I should actually be grateful. So yeah, I should be grateful for all these things, because I don't know if I would actually have come to have found the truth of Jesus Christ if I hadn't gotten these issues. For example, I might just have wasted my life totally. If I hadn't gotten those issues in my youth, and other problems and all that, I might never have questioned, is there a reason to go on living? In my youth, I was thinking of killing myself, because I had an issue that was very painful, and I was thinking, if this is going to be my life, there's no point in living it, And it's so I asked the question, I was like, is there a point of that was, I guess, the beginning of. But anyway, by the way, fear. People say fear is a bad thing. No, fear is not always a bad thing, actually. For example, I was afraid of dying, and that was a good thing. Why? Because it kept me away from actually trying to kill myself, in my youth. But I was thinking about it, and I was looking things up and so forward, but I never did it. Because I was, I feared, dying so, but it started making me question, what is the purpose of living, and so forward. Is there a reason for me to go on? And there is. And absolutely is. And I'm going to continue until I'm dead, There's no reason at all to take my own life at all, There's a huge amount of people out there in the world, billions of people who has not, in regards to Jesus Christ. And we have so yes, there is a purpose to life, and I should actually be happy, and pretty blessed, to find out who Jesus Christ is, because we have a huge amount of people, sadly, that is being led astray. So I shouldn't really complain. I should be happy, and say hallelujah, there's a loose connection in the wire, apparently, for the speaker. So when I walk over where the wire is, it makes noises. I'm not entirely sure what's, but there must some loose connection in the wire. But anyway, it's taken me many years to get to this, and there's still a huge amount of things that I don't know. But, it's, regards of the Antichrist and who Jesus Christ is, I'm gotten to that point to see what, Satan can't deceive me on those levels anymore. And it has, in regards to the years, it's taken, where I have been gone, not in regards, in Jesus Christ and all that. I read the Gospels and all that. But in regards of finding out who the Antichrist, that took, if someone reads my Facebook ever, I don't know, maybe it gets deleted or whatever. But anyway, one can see the progress where I'm actually getting deceived and actually promoting what is actually false. Because I was led astray, and probably more than one time, there are times where you're getting led astray and you find out, this was a what do you call it, a dot or something like that. There was a wrong track to take. You find out this is not good. So you turn around and get back on track. But as long as we just all, if we pull rope from Satan and use whatever we have gotten and help each other, some are really good at history. Some have done a lot of history research and are really good at that and knows things about that. And some know something else and something that, and then get together in regards to this information and grow, because we have an enemy out there in regards to Satan, and he is, he's working hard to keep us away from having truth. And he's very effective. And thereby we should do the best that we can. So I guess one of the things that the Jesuits are also using as a tool against the Protestants is to make conflict between the Protestants. Instead of uniting against the Antichrist and his system, if you can get them to fight among each other, so that seems to be one of the tools to use time on other things than actually just giving some blow to the to Satan's masterpiece of deception. Roman Catholicism. That's the issue. All roads leads to Rome. And there's a lot of lies and Latin from that institution. Anyway, may Jehovah bless you all. I'll stop now. May Jehovah, and actually, it does seem it's actually running pretty good on the other thing here that I put on. It hasn't complained in regards of. So I'm still not sure why the connection would be so bad in regards of because as I can see, there's more than enough data to that it should work. So I'm not entirely sure why it doesn't, why it complains. And I can't set the resolution down in this application either. So anyway, I guess I'll see if my other has actually been if it has been accepted, by the way. Still in regards to. Okay, well, anyway, may Jehovah bless you all and be with you, and may Yeshua be that most precious pearl, and when you find him, don't let go of him, and be careful of those false cookies out there, and may the Holy Spirit, the Spirit of truth, be in us all, and let us speak the truth as to the best of our ability. Amen. Have a good one, all of you. And I got through it. I'm sorry in regards to the last part. And, again, I don't think that many will actually see this video anyway. So, but in the last, I'm tired now. And it's not running so quickly up here. So, shalom, as they say in Hebrew, Bye-bye.